Welcome, everybody. My name is Walt Kosmowski, and if you're a regular viewer of BevCam, you'll recognize me as the host of the longtime BevCam series, North Shore Journal. But enough about that. We're here today in BevCam's brand new Studio B auxiliary studio on Cabot Street. And today happens also to be the day that Beverly has its annual Arts Fest. And we've got some people. We're going to be interviewing some of the sponsors. We're going to be interviewing some of the artists to give you a feel of what's going on here at Arts Fest. And what better way to start off? I have with me the executive director of Beverly Main Streets, Erin Truax, and she has brought a guest also, John Andrews. Welcome, folks.
Thank you for having us.
So, Erin, I'll start with you. How long, this is, I understand, what the 21st annual, so tell us a little bit about the Beverly Arts Fest, how long it's been going on, and kind of about how many booths you have, and just kind of give us an aerial view of what's going on.
Absolutely, yeah. So we are in our 21st year. Arts Fest Beverly is produced by Beverly Main Streets. We're a nonprofit based here in Beverly, Massachusetts, where we promote downtown Beverly. We really support the economic vitality of our downtown and celebrate the arts and culture that this city has to offer. So Arts Fest is a fantastic way to do that. In our 21st year, we're fortunate to have 150 vendors today. We'll be running the show from 10 to 4. Of those 150 vendors, those were selected out of 250 applicants. So really, really excited to have so many folks that were interested in joining us. We have a variety of activities. So not only is there going to be art for sale, but there's great kids activities, engagement opportunities, and a lot of our sponsors are going to be here providing services. So it's going to be a great time. Weather's looking great. It's a really wonderful opportunity to celebrate arts in Beverly.
And for those folks who might need a little snack to perk them up, tell us about, you've got some food wagons, some food carts.
Yeah, so we are on Cabot Street, so we have a lot of great restaurants that you can support. Some restaurants are also going to be vending as well. And then if folks aren't based in downtown, they're also in a food court. So we have Joe's on a roll. We have Saw from Soul Viet Kitchen on Rantoul Street. They will actually be vending just off of Cabot Street. So variety of options. I know the Castle is serving up milkshakes, which is probably great for the weather that we have today. We have Delphine's, just a variety of really, really great vendors. So there really is something for everyone.
Very good. And I'd like to remind our viewers, if you've just tuned in, that we're here at the BevCam's brand new studio at 161. Is that the address? 261. Oh, I'll get it right. 261 Cabot Street in downtown Beverly. And we're simulcasting, and we are also live on BevCam's, two of BevCam's 3 channels. And now we don't want to leave John there by himself twiddling his thumbs. So, Erin, introduce John and tell us what his affiliation here is with the Arts Fest and Beverly Main Streets.
Sure, absolutely. So Beverly Main Streets is really fortunate to be members of the Creative Collective, which is a really, really great business that brings together creatives across the North Shore. They produce a lot of events themselves as well, but John really has a strong purview and pulse on what's happening in the arts community. So was really excited to have John join us and share a bit because he knows a lot of these vendors. And again, his business is just a really great connector for our artistic community.
All right, very good. So tell us a little bit about Creative Collective, John.
Sure. So our organization was built to be a support system for creative and non-traditional businesses. And we also have a really strong passion for community building, placemaking, placekeeping, and events like the festival, this festival. We had our festival in Salem last weekend. The critical importance of what this means to the downtown, to the economy, the critical role that organizations like Beverly Main Streets and other Main Streets play in the downtowns. We want to foster and support as much as we possibly can. We've built a significant following over the years, so we're able to really amplify the messaging, incentivize people to want to come out and shop all these local creators and makers. Some people don't remember the fact that just because they don't have a storefront, these are still our neighbors. These are still the people that go to our coffee shops and shop locally themselves. So really fostering that cycle of community development, economic development, placemaking, and making people really feel like, you know, we're back completely, we're gathering completely, and community building and community gathering around arts and culture really seems to be the path to healing.
Yeah.
So all of that seems to be really in line with the mission of Beverly Main Street.
Very
So
well, wonderfully said, yeah. Now, you said non-traditional businesses. Define that for us. What would be a non-traditional business?
So unfortunately, some folks that are leaning heavier into the arts category, the world doesn't treat them like traditional businesses. So, you know, maybe the guy that makes fake raccoon tails, something like that you would see at a festival like this. But, you know, traditional thinking people aren't like, oh, that's part of our small business community.
Yeah.
We think everyone can be part of the small business community like that. Yeah. These people pay taxes, they show up, they shop locally, they have kids in schools. Yeah. So we try to really bring a little bit of equity into the not your typical downtown business, but they're still part of that ecosystem.
Yeah. But, so would they be like no brick and mortar, or would some of them?
A lot of them don't. I mean, I know that there's some folks out here vending today that have both. Yeah. But there's a lot of folks out there that this is the hustle. This is what they do. And
for some of them, this is not their full-time business. They may do this, you know, have a 9 to 5, and they, you know, and they paint at night, right?
Absolutely.
Like up in the French painter up in the garret, right?
Right. And part of what we want is, if you want to be that full-time business, if you want to give up that 9 to 5, we try to find a path to make that happen. Yeah. So more opportunities, more connections, small business grants, small business support, all that kind of stuff.
Right. Now, how big a net do you throw, John? By that I mean, how far afield do you go from Beverly? Like, how many communities do you serve?
We have, our primary focus is Beverly, Lynn, Salem, and Peabody. But I have members all over the state. Because a lot of, you know, what COVID did for us is it showed that you could have a lot of meetings and give a lot of support, and you don't need to be in person. And because of the great work that the local organizations do, there is a wealth of opportunities on the North Shore. So just because someone's from Lawrence doesn't mean they can't make a ton of money by doing the festival circuit in the summer, coming into Salem in the fall. So our net pretty much extends. We have some members in Merrimack Valley, we have some members up in Haverhill, we have some New Hampshire members, but I would say 85% of our membership is Peabody, Salem, Lynn, and Beverly.
And you'll see that really reflected in this Arts Fest today. You're not going to see a bunch of vendors that are just Beverly based. We really did cast a wide net. We've been fortunate enough to bring folks from out of the area in. So again, when you look at the vendors that we've brought in, there's a variety of different categories, but we were really intentional in making sure that what you're finding is unique. There's different offerings. It's not necessarily something you're going to see at every other festival. We really work hard to ensure that we're bringing new folks in.
Yeah. Now, I was curious, your selection process, you said you had about 250 applications, but only chose 150. Yep. So what do you base, what criterion do you use?
Yeah, so we have an Arts Fest jury that gathers, and so we are still fine-tuning, and we're always updating and constantly evolving, but we really look for diversity in our artists. We consider categories, so if someone is doing something similar to someone else, we base it off of that, so we're not 150 jewelry makers or 200 shirt makers. So we do it according to various categories. And then another piece is just making sure that folks are established and are able to set up their vendor station. So we want to make it as painless as possible in terms of participating. So there's a variety of factors, but again, we use a jury with residents, local business owners, and others to help make those selections. So constantly evolving and improving that process.
Right. Now, have you ever done a count of how many patrons come through? Does anybody I know you don't stand there with a little clicker, but do you estimate how big a crowd you get?
We get over 4,000 people, and we're pretty confident with the weather the way that it is. We've seen the Arts Fest last week in Salem. Festivals continue to trend in the direction of larger and larger, so we anticipate this is going to be our largest to date. We have a lot of really great engagement activities. I know we were talking about it before we went on the air. We have our our first year doing our wellness hub, so a mental wellness hub in partnership with Mental Makeover. That's a really great opportunity for folks that might be a little overwhelmed with the size and scale of the festival. They can go and have a safe space where they can relax, use some activities to help sort of regulate their emotions. So we really tried to come up with activities that were very intentional and again, drive a bigger crowd.
Yeah. Now, how did that come about? Were there incidences that caused you to think we got to do something about these incidents? Can you?
Yeah, so we're really fortunate to have received funding from Mass Cultural Council through a universal participation grant. And when you look at trying to make spaces more equitable, there's a lot of intentionality around physical spaces and impairments that might impede someone from being able to move freely, which is completely understandable and really valuable. But when you look at it from a perspective of someone that might have impairments, whether it be mentally or social emotionally, there wasn't a lot of intentionality in making sure that folks could feel comfortable. So this is the first opportunity for us to do that. We just really saw it as a great way to partner with Mental Makeover. They're in our school systems. They do a lot of really great work. It's a great organization. And we just really wanted to constantly think, if someone is coming, are we creating the most welcoming space possible? And we felt like that was a very easy opportunity to partner, highlight a great nonprofit, and again, just meet people where they're at. So it is the first year. It's a little bit of trial and error, but we're pretty confident that it's going to be well received, and hopefully we can continue to do it in the future.
Wonderful. And overall, of course, I've been coming to these since 2003. I think BevCam has been doing this, broadcasting from here since 2003. So we have practically as long as you've been here. Yeah. But overall, it is a very family, fun-oriented. Dogs are allowed on a leash, of course.
Yes.
Okay. One last question for John. John, where do you get your funding? Where do you get your money? Is this a member-based organization?
Yeah, we're member-based, and we
Okay.
also do a bunch of projects.
Right. Okay.
So things that fit in that category of that intersection for us. One project we did in Beverly a couple of years ago is we worked with the city of Beverly to help them do the Artist in Residence program that popped up at the old Chianti.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
So
Yeah.
when there's a certain situation that needs a little bit of like, how do those two worlds, how do the municipal world and the arts and culture world kind of talk together? How do we help make that happen?
Great, okay.
So it's a little of both.
Right. Well, folks, thank you for stopping by. I enjoyed our little chat. We've got other folks who we want to talk to a little bit about. And I've had Erin Truex, who is the executive director of Beverly Main Streets, who puts this whole Arts Fest on. Thank you.
Yes, and I'll offer just one more, a quick thank you to our visionary sponsor, Endicott, who helps make that possible through a monetary donation. We are a nonprofit organization, so if folks would like to contribute, again, entirely free to participate. We're members of the Mass Cultural Council Card to Culture program, so we keep our programs free. We do that as a nonprofit through donations, so if folks would like to give, they can do so on our website or at our station today.
Very good, very good. And John Andrews, thank you very much for coming by
Thank you
and
very
chatting
much.
with us.
I don't have the same type of pitch because that was impressive. I will say, if you're a business in the arts and culture space and you're looking for some support, we can help.
Very good. So I'm looking over at the floor director, and we're gonna say goodbye to you folks. Thank you for stopping by.
You.
And I'd just like to remind our viewers that we're here at BevCam's brand new studio on Cabot Street. And of course, the excitement today is not only the opening of the studio, but it also coincides with Beverly's annual Arts Fest. And we've just had the executive director of Beverly Main Streets, who is the main sponsor and producer of this organization, of this Arts Fest. And we'll be having some of the vendors come by. And just to remind you that we are broadcasting live on two of BevCam's channels and streaming as well. And now I'd like to introduce my next guest. And let me see, let me guess, Judy.
I am.
You are Judy, yes. Judy, welcome.
Thank
Judy
you.
George?
Yes.
Judy
Yep.
George. And can you move your seat up a little
I
bit?
can.
And you want to try to be as close to the microphone
Okay.
as you can. And Judy has a booth here, obviously,
Mm-hmm.
and your booth is called what?
My booth is Judy George Art.
Judy George Art. And I have to say, Judy, that I did a little bit of research, and I saw your website, And I am just taken with your paintings.
Thank you.
You do paintings, and they're very, to me, very evocative, and they really, they're not like a picture photograph. You kind of put a mood into the pictures, and that's a tough thing to do. And you're self-taught, I understand.
Mostly, yeah.
Mostly
Yeah.
self-taught. But did you go to art school before?
So I went to Montserrat before it was here, when it was, Montserrat used to be behind the North Shore Music Theater.
Okay.
And then I've studied with a lot of local artists over the years, but I never formally went and got an art degree.
Yeah, and has this been, how long have you been doing Judy George artistry?
So this is formally my actually 11th year.
11th year.
Yeah, I've always worked in art in some way, shape, or form, but this is my 11th year since I began the business formally.
Now, do you have a space outside your studio where you do your art, or you do it like in the basement, in the attic, or in your living room? Where do you do most of your art?
So most of 100% is done in my home, but my home used to be shops in the front and a house in the back.
Okay.
And when my husband and I got married, the front was like a dining room and a kid's room, and now it's gone back to shop space and a space where I do lessons. And I actually do my paint and formal work in the way back where my guinea pigs live.
Oh, really? Now, you mentioned something else. You mentioned that you also do workshops and classes.
Mm-hmm.
Now, is this for any age group, or primarily for children, or what's your clientele for that?
So I do, my regular classes are geared probably more for like 14 and up.
Okay.
Those are my regular classes. However, I do camps for younger kids, about 10 and up. I can take younger children if they're super interested in art, but much younger than that, and I think that they're not interested in what I'm doing. But I also do things like paint nights, and I do something new I'm starting, which is self-care. And it's for people, anyone that wants to try art just to relax, but it's also, I've worked in special education for 20-something years.
Okay.
So I'd like to bring in a lot of people, maybe on the spectrum, or where they're not comfortable in other places where they can come in and we can work together. Not so much lesson as just a safe creative space.
Yeah, and it's amazing that the interplay of the mind with art, or something more, I would say, I don't want to use spiritual in that. I want to use it in a sense that it works your body, your body, as well as your, like you have service dogs, and you have comfort dogs that go into hospitals. And I've heard stories about someone who has been not said a word for 6 months, and they put a little puppy, a little service dog in their lap.
I have a therapy dog, and I do
A
that
therapy
too.
dog,
Yeah.
yes. And I know that we had, my wife and I had a therapy dog. She's passed away since then. The therapy dog, not my wife. She used to go around to the hospitals and the clinics and things like that. And it's amazing how...
I bring my dog to a lot of different places, but one of the places is Danvers High School, where I'm just retiring from this week. But he goes in, and you can see the kids change. Like I'll see him in classes, and their faces are down, and they'll see him in the hallway, and they go, oh, "There's Peanut!" And it's the same with the staff. You see it's like flipping a switch. And I bring them to a lot of places like nursing homes, and what a difference between the people, the residents, and the staff.
Yeah,
So.
and because animals are so non-judgmental, and what you see is what you get. You don't have to worry about some ulterior motive. When a dog's waving his tail and putting his paws up on you, you know that's real.
It's genuine.
It's
Exactly.
genuine, yeah. Now, do you typically attend different kinds of fairs like the Beverly Arts Fest? Is that part of how you promote yourself?
I do some, but I do mostly holidays. I don't do it a lot in the summer, just because I don't, outside is so tough with the weather, and you don't know what the weather's going to be like. So I do indoor fairs mostly, I'd say November, December, some in October. And I do Arts Fest because it's Beverly and it's Arts Fest. And
Do you live in Beverly?
Yep, all my life.
Yeah. Oh, all right. Now, when you do these workshops and these classes, how many people normally would you get in a class?
I have had, the ones I do at my house, I've had up to 6, but I don't like that many. I like to keep it between 2 and 4 because I can do individual instruction. I don't work in a I don't have a syllabus. Today we're going to do this and do this and
Yeah,
this.
yeah.
I like to work with. I start everybody off one way, which is basically looking at how they do a still life.
Yeah.
And that only tells me where they are and where we need to go. And then
Yeah.
I can work each individually. So that way I don't have to try to gear every lesson for everybody. I'm very much in the individualized
Sure.
mode.
That
I
ma-
think
that
that's my
makes it-
special ed background.
Right. Well, when you do that creative stuff, you can't regiment that. It's
Yep.
not like an assembly line, like building a car. It's so individual.
Yeah, you got to meet them where they're at, and you got to encourage them where they're at.
Yeah, yeah, very good, very good. So we took you away from your booth.
Yep.
And so Judy George.
Yep.
Thank you very much for coming by and talking
you.
with us. And we'll let you go back to your
Okay.
booth duty. And I'm going to stop by because
Thank you very much.
I'm sure that your paintings look a lot better in person than they do on your website.
I hope so.
But I was very impressed with your
Thank
with
you.
your work. Thank you very much,
Nice to
Judy.
meet you.
So it was Judy George, who has a booth at the Beverly Arts Fest. And just to remind our viewers, we are broadcasting on 2 of BevCam's channels. And we are also streaming live with this podcast from BevCam's brand new Studio B, Studio Annex. What do you call this, Liz? What is this? BevCam Downtown is the official. Yeah, I see Rob Chapman, the executive director, nodding at me. This is called BevCam Downtown, and it's a wonderful, beautiful space. I wish we would have done it under my command, but kudos to you, Rob. Well, and I have now with me, you are?
I'm just here for emotional support.
Okay.
I'm Eva from EMC2 Crafts.
EMC2. Could you move up a little bit so you're a bit closer to the microphone? Yeah. So EMC Crafts, and your name again is?
Eva
Eva, and what's your last name?
Cooper.
Eva Cooper. Okay. So, and you are?
Mallory, come on.
Mallory? Okay, Mallory. And so tell us about EMC2. Or is it-
EMC2 Crafts.
Yeah, and that's not EMC squared, right?
Well, you can say either.
Yeah, you know, you know that EMC squared is a very, very famous equation,
Yeah.
don't you? Okay, so was that on purpose
It
that
is
you
on
did that?
purpose.
All right, okay.
Just
And
lots of people say it wrong, so we kind of go with either one.
Yeah, okay, great, yeah.
my initials are Eva Michelle Cooper, so that makes EMC2.
Oh, wow.
So, and then my business is the second one, so it creates the square.
Wow. Yeah, you are so precocious. That
Thank
is
you.
unbelievable. Yeah, that's wonderful. So, tell us a little bit. Give us a snapshot of what you're about, and how you started this up. Now, how old are you?
I'm 14.
14. Okay. So, tell us how EMC squared came about.
So it started last August where I started creating slime because I have OCD and I started pulling at my hair due to large amounts of stress, and I also have ADHD. So that slime was my way of fidgeting, and I wanted to share that with other people. And then I moved to more crafty things, so it started off as EMC2 slime, and then it moved to EMC2 crafts. So I crochet now, which is my part of dealing with my OCD, and I sell it to other people who, they might need like slime to stop doing whatever they need to do, like with pulling their hair, maybe picking at their skin. So it's usually all helping with neurodivergent people. And then I started selling crochet because that's what helped me.
Yeah. So instead of pulling their hair, they're crocheting,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
That energy is going into something creative, right?
Yeah, that's exactly why I started doing
I
it.
have to tell you that my mother was a fantastic crocheter, and she did needlework. She was what do you call those people that do?
Embroidery, cross-stitching,
Well,
knitting.
she would do what do you call it when you do altering? She worked in a well anyway, but she could upholster a couch. That's how good she could with the
That's really
piping and
nice.
everything. That's amazing. Yeah. So now, how long have you been doing this, Eva?
I only started in January for my crocheting, but last August I started up with slime. I've always been looking into like arts since like I was very little. I've been doing craft fairs for about that long.
Yeah.
My parents are authors and I'm also an author. So we went to a bunch of book fairs, book signings, and that really started up with me wanting to do craft fairs.
Yeah.
So then I started doing the crocheting stuff January, which is also my birth month. And so I started doing that, and now we're here.
Wow. Now, you say your parents are artists. What kind of art do they do?
They-
I'm sorry, authors. Go ahead.
I do like fantasy. I haven't made a book in a while, but my parents do sci-fi.
Oh,
Mallory also
Yeah.
does mostly sci-fi. My parents do romance.
okay. And what do you do?
I have one children's book when I made when I was around like 6, and my parents.
You got a late start, didn't you?
Yeah, yeah. My parents had it illustrated and written into a children's book, and then I have a short chapter novel where it's a fantasy book, and it's very similar to Percy Jackson because that's what I really liked when I was that age. And I haven't written a sequel yet, but maybe one day.
Yeah, you know, they have a program at the library called Monday Mornings at the library, and I know the folks that run that. BevCam's been over there a lot, and maybe they could have you on as an author and talk about how you other books. Now you have something here. Maybe you could hold it up right here so the camera can get that. Now tell us what this is. This is it looks like a giant strawberry. Is
Yeah.
that what that is?
It is a giant
So,
strawberry.
and you knit this whole thing?
I crocheted it.
I'm sorry, it's crocheting. Okay, I have to. So what's the difference between knitting and crocheting?
There are multiple differences. Crocheting is same with loops, but they are connected from the bottom and to the side. So you do it in this motion, but with knitting, you also do with 2 needles. And there's a reason why it's very different from knitting. One of those reasons is that a machine cannot crochet, but it can knit. Oh. All crochet items you see are, handmade. And if you see them in the store, either they're fake crochet or they had someone crochet it.
Wow, I'm more comfortable with E = MC² than crocheting.
Yeah.
My goodness, it sounds so complicated. But that's absolutely wonderful. And this is probably your first time here at the Beverly Arts Fest? Yeah,
This is our first time
Yeah.
here.
Now, you live in Beverly?
We live in Danvers.
In
area.
Danvers,
Yeah.
just right next door.
Yeah, exactly.
Right next door, right? So, what would you say to other youngsters in your age group about if they have a creative impulse or creative bent? How best to get that going and get that in motion? What would you advise them?
There are a lot of places where you can find cheap stuff that you can probably buy with your own money. So go thrifting and don't let anybody tell you that it is not a job. It will become one if you spend enough time on it and work, but it will not become a job immediately. You have to work with it and have a lot of time with it, and it will create this thing that's long-lasting. There's so many people on YouTube who are so inspiring who've had their business for years, and they're now just hitting the peak. So you really have to wait and just keep going with your craft and not get disappointed with anything that you're getting.
Yeah. And of course, there's no right or wrong in art, is there?
Yeah, there's
Because
no
it's so individual, and it comes really from the heart and from your creative spirit, doesn't it?
Yeah, there's like no way that a machine could make this, so that makes it even more personal that somebody had to handcraft this, and now you have their handcrafted work.
Yeah. And how much would you be selling this for? Could I check?
It's $20.
$20?
I have a $200 giant strawberry that's like half the size as me.
Really? And
Yeah.
what's inside here? Like foam or something?
It's polyfill, and I use yarn scraps to try to reduce my yarn waste, because whenever you create a crochet project, there's going to be so many scraps of yarn, so you can just reuse it into stuffing.
This is wonderful. You know what? I'm going to buy this from you. I'm going to surprise my wife because she loves strawberries. Okay?
Thank
So
you.
just put it aside, or I'll you can put it there, and I'll give you $20. Okay?
All right.
Is that a deal?
Yes, that
I
is a
hope, I
deal.
hope I have $20.
You can always come by and pay with gift card.
Let's see. You take credit card? No. Let's
Yeah.
see what this is. What is this? There's a 20. Okay.
Yeah.
So there. Made a sale with you.
Sale
and-
on air.
Okay, sale on air. Very good. No, I'm very impressed, Eva. Is it Eva?
Yeah, it is Eva.
Eva. So I'm very impressed. And you have siblings?
No, I'm an only child.
You're an only child. Okay. Well, Eva, thank you very much for coming by. I'm very impressed with you, and I'm sure that you have the ability to inspire folks to continue doing that. And you have your comfort person with you, and that's because you're if you do things by yourself, you get a little bit so this person helps to anchor you. I hope you're not nervous of me, are you?
No.
No. Okay.
You seem very nice.
I seem very well. I haven't gotten a compliment like that in a long time. Well, again, thank you very much. Thank you for coming by, and good luck to you at the Beverly Arts Fest. Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Okay, bye-bye. Well, that was very enlightening, and I think that's kind of a lesson not only for young people, but for everybody who has a creative bent. Explore it, because as we said, there's no right and there's no wrong. It's such an individual thing, art is. And I like to remind our viewers that we are here in BevCam's studio on 261. Yep. I got it right that time, right? 261 Cabot Street. This is Beverly downtown. Did I get that right? Okay, I got to learn. This is brand new facility, just opened, and I think this is the initial. Is this the initial day that we've been doing this? Yeah. All right, Rob, you want to come down and sit down?
It's like talking to you off camera.
Yeah. So for those of you who don't know, this is Rob Chapman, and Rob is the executive director of BevCam, and I want to congratulate you on putting this together. Yeah, we tried to do it under my regime, but we just didn't have the money to do something like this. But this is absolutely. So tell us how this came about and what we're looking at here. It's a huge space, a beautiful space.
It is. From the beginning, when I first took over for you, when I took on the executive director job, the board has been talking about we want to expand operations. We want to get downtown on Cabot. So we've been looking for a year and a half. And then one day I got a call from Liz, who's our community engagement manager, and said, the place next to Delphine's is opening up. And I'm like, that vitamin store, the New Leaf? And she's like, yeah. I said, that's a nice spot right there on the corner of Cabot. That's really where a lot of the activity on Cabot happens.
Right.
So, and with everything we'd been wanting was, enough square footage, some window space so we could let people know that we're here. So I came in and kind of grabbed it that day.
Yeah, did you really?
It was pretty. We were pretty aggressive.
Carpe diem, right?
Yeah.
You don't want to.
I even brought him some money and said,
here's my earnest. I got $6.35.
We're serious. We want to be in here. Yeah. So yeah, they let us know the landlord was very excited that it was a community-based nonprofit that was going to be coming in. So that was really kind of I think helped in our favor as opposed to another store or something like that. So we're nonprofit that wants to serve the community. So they really kind of like that. So we got it. We got the lease. We signed it, and we spent most of the winter renovating it. It was a lot of work had to be done into it to kind of, and we're still doing some. We're getting the new windows next week. Yeah. The sign is coming soon. Yeah, so,
all right. And you even moved your office down here
did.
to show the commitment to the area, right?
Well, I felt kind of hidden back there at the school, and I wanted to get my face out there, let people know if they wanted to talk to the executive director, they could just stop at any time.
Right here. They can just walk through the door.
So I thought it was really kind of nice. So, we thought about, we do still have the operations at the high school. So the staff we have out there, Chris and Michelle are out there generally. And we thought about where the best place to put Rob and others. So
right. Now for those people who don't know, now BevCam has 4 channels now.
We do. We gained a high definition channel. Right.
So that's something relatively new.
That is new.
We struggled. I know we struggled for years and years to try to get that into our contract, our agreement.
Yeah, every other channel you watch is high definition.
Yeah, right.
So we're sort of the last people that are.
Yeah, and when people turn that in, or turn,
you're showing your age.
Showing my age. Yeah. So
it's clicked. It's like this now.
Yeah. So tell us about the high def channel. So you're picking and choosing certain programs.
Yeah. So it's not typically the 3 channels, the standard definitions we are sort of separated between public education and government.
Right.
So we were like, what are we going to do with the high definition channel? So we wanted to really kind of showcase, there's stuff that's really kind of prime footage or content. We're talking about the football games, the high school games, and sports. The municipal meetings, if you're ever trying to watch a municipal meeting and they're showing a PowerPoint presentation, and you try to read that on the standard definition, but when it's in high definition, you see everything, all the tiny numbers, so you kind of know what the city's planning and stuff like that. So we look at things that really sort of that are local, that is produced at BevCam, that are really deserve sort of that high definition, stuff like that. So we pick and choose from what we have at BevCam and sort of put it on. At one point I started calling it BevCam Prime or something like that, but we just call it the HD channel.
Yeah, and now you are a membership organization.
We are.
Yeah, so people can, and I know that the rates are I would say ridiculously low. I mean, for what you get as a member of BevCam, you get so much. You get the ability to produce programming. You get training. You don't have to pay for any materials. It's really it's like a no-brainer.
It's a pretty good deal. We offer training. We now have these edit suites down here in this location. Studio. We have the big studio at the high school. We're planning on a smaller studio here in this space. All sorts of things. Equipment that can be signed out. It's really just all for a pretty nominal fee as a membership, which hasn't changed in 20 years.
Yeah.
We're looking at changing that, but maybe increasing those rates. But it's still a pretty good deal, I think.
And I didn't realize that until you just said it. You've got editing suites over there. I didn't know you had.
Yeah.
Now, if somebody wants to come in here and they should just consider it that if they're a BevCam member, they can do anything here that they can do in the main studio.
Yeah.
But now, if they want to do something like a podcast like this, they just call in and reserve space. How would that work?
Yeah, exactly. It would just be like I'm thinking can I schedule the podcasting studio down at 261 for this time? And if it's free, we say if we make sure we have staff here to help you with setting up the technical stuff and go ahead and start talking. Yeah,
and I know that the students at the high school are doing more and more of this kind of stuff. We hardly, going back even 3 years ago, there was, nothing like this. But I think the COVID lockdown and the virtual, working virtually and so forth, and that's really changed a lot of way people do business and communicate, especially, right? So you're able to do that kind of stuff.
There's been a shift, a noticeable shift in how people do stuff. So
yeah, very good. Well, my congratulations are in order. I know what it takes because I've been in your seat, so I have to congratulate you on the job. Very well done, Rob, and you've got a great crew. My old friend Chris Harvey back here doing the technical directing. He's one of the best, absolutely.
No, we've had a big shift in staff at BevCam too. So we've been able to hire Liz as our community engagement manager. We've now brought on Amanda, who's our education manager.
Right,
so that's a lot of the work that she's been doing that you talked about with the students.
Yeah.
And then Michelle's our content manager. She's the one who does all the scheduling for the channels.
Right.
They're a great crew to work with, so I'm glad to be here.
Well, I want to do a shout out to Liz, who's on the other side of the cameras there taking pictures. But she's great to work with, and she communicates very well, and she does a great job making sure that the visibility. Oh, look at that! She's blowing me kisses. So, very good. Well, Rob, thank you very much, and congratulations. This is a wonderful operation.
All right, am I leaving stage, and you're going to close it, or are we closing?
Well, I'm looking for a signal from Liz. Should I close out? Oh, close out? Okay. All right, Rob, I guess you can sit here.
All right.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for watching. My name is Walt Kosmowski, the regular host of North Shore Journal, which has been running on BevCam since 2004. So, 20 years. And I'm very pleased and honored to be here to kick off the brand new Beverly on Broadway. No, Beverly Downtown. I'll get it right. BevCam Downtown. And we're going to be doing this all day today, right, Liz? Nod your head. Yeah, so there'll be some other folks coming and sitting in this chair doing some podcasting. So for right now, I'd like to sign off and say thank you for watching and keep watching BevCam.
one song Diego sent me. Okay. Oh, how to do that? With Apple Intelligence. It's AI that gets you on your Apple products. iPhone, iPad, Mac, with built-in privacy. And you can make your own emoji. Yeah, make your own emoji. Make your new profile pic with Image Playground. Pull up a photo by describing it. Or clean up an otherwise very cute pic. You can make a movie. Your life plus a description plus your camera roll equals sweet memories. Wait, Siri, when's Mom's flight landing? Oh, where are we eating after? Ah, how do I share a password? What if I forget all this stuff?
Just ask.
Apple Intelligence can TLDR your long messages and highlights the important ones. It can just find stuff deep in your phone, like your driver's license number.
Wix gives you the power of AI to build the website you need. With full business functionality and a design tailored just for you. Customize every element of your website and watch your vision come to life in minutes. Control everything from the biggest tasks to the finest details. Personalized, optimized, ready to go live.
Old Spice Putty. I hold matte finish.
Welcome back to the Beverly Arts Fest here at BevCam downtown, our brand new location right next door to Delphine's and across from Paper Asylum. We're right down the street from Montserrat. Yeah, we're like in the middle of everything. It's so fantastic. Come on down to the Arts Fest, or if not, you can continue watching us on TV and YouTube. We're currently streaming live on Channel 8, HD Channel 1073, and on BevCam's YouTube. And if you happen to miss this, this is the recording. Welcome from the past to the future. My name is Liz DeFiore, and I am here with some very lovely ladies. Why don't we start with you, Beth? This is Beth.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Good. I'm Beth Price Morgan, and I'm the Career Design Studio Director at Montserrat, and also a writer and illustrator. And I think that's the basics that we're going to start with. Oh, of what? Okay. Oh, yes. So I do write and illustrate picture books, but my big thing right now is young adult fantasy novels. So for the young adult age group, focus on fantasy, and I'm also illustrating it. So my current project is a novel called The Breathing Stone.
Lit.
And it's fantastic.
It's really fun.
It's great.
And then we have Betsy. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm Betsy Eller. I am the author of My Dog Is Not a Scientist, which is a debut that came out last year, picture book. I also write novels, and I work at Endicott, so we got the two of the Beverly Colleges covered here. And yeah, I don't know. I have published independently an anthology 2 years ago.
Yes.
And I think that's me.
Yeah.
In a nutshell.
And as I said, I'm Liz DeFiore. If you didn't notice, yes, we are all Elizabeths. We'll talk a little bit more about that later. And the other thing we all have in common is that we're all picture book artists / authors / illustrators. So in addition to being the the community engagement manager at BevCam, I'm also the immediate past president of the Graphic Artists Guild and have worked with many a independently published children's author. So many of them who are local to the North Shore area. So we are going to be talking about picture books a lot, but in addition to that, we're also going to be talking about like how you start your first major professional creative project, what it's like being a creative professional, especially as an independent, and the different types of publishing options that people tend to look at or go through in order to publish their very first ever big professional creative project, be that a picture book that they wrote themselves or that they are wanting to work on with somebody else or any of those things. So yeah, like where do we want to start here?
Well, maybe the reason why we got together to talk about this in the first place.
That's a good idea.
We all sat together at Delphine's, which is the restaurant next door, one day, because we had a common problem.
This podcast is not sponsored by Delphine's. We just really love her.
Really love Delphine's. We had a common problem, and that's the sense of whenever we mention that we write or illustrate or both picture books, everyone comes to us with like, oh yes, I have a book and it's ready to go. At Montserrat's career department, I get a lot of calls from people saying, I just finished my first picture book an hour ago, and can I get a Montserrat student to illustrate it, please?
It's always an hour ago.
An hour ago, yes. Just recently did this thing. I'm really excited. It's going to be a bestseller, and I just need an illustrator to work with me for free on this project. And maybe a student would do that since they're just starting their career too. And so there's a couple things wrong with that question. If you've been that person, don't worry. This is not a shame and blame game, this is a educate and get you going to the next step game.
I think that was it, because it was definitely like at book events, people would come up and ask me like, okay, I'm ready to go. Like, I'm traditionally published. How do I get traditionally published? Scholastic wants my book. Like, I want this out next year. And I was just like, in a very positive way, I'm like, this is more than a 5-minute conversation. And so I think we were all kind of sharing that. So we were trying to capture some answers and some jumping off points, which is more than an hour conversation too, but like at least we can get you guys started. And
yes. So that is a really good starting point, because like while I was being like a full-time freelance illustrator and I was working a lot with independently published authors, like just like with the student situation, I would get a lot of requests where it's like, I'm willing to pay a great price of $50 a page, which is very little money, in order to do this thing that I have a great idea for. And again, we really, really want to stress, this is no shade. All of us have been there. We've all like had that enthusiasm on our first project and been like, this is what I think. How do I take the next step, and then who do I reach out to, and this is who I think I should reach out to. So what we want to do here is really kind of like slow the roll a little bit, and you know, just like talk about some of those first questions you should be asking yourself as a creative, like as the author, as someone who wants to have their book made into a real thing, rather than just an idea. You know, what are some of the initial questions that you have to ask yourself? And I know that one of the things we were really talking a lot about was just like, why do you want to do this project? You know, what is your motivation, but what are your goals for the project?
I think this question actually relates to all creatives, and you know, here we're in this amazing arts fest. I think this is a question that really needs to be asked by painters, photographers, poets, everyone, because I know, you know, for me it's been a journey of ups and downs over the years, and I think that was the best advice I ever got, was like really sit down and think about what you're doing this for. Like, do you want a memory for your grandchildren? Do you want, for me, when I asked myself that question, what I came back to was, I love the creative community. We have an amazing creative community on the North Shore, and so being part of that, being part of a writing community, gets me back to it. You know, if you really want to be famous, like a global household name, that's a different set of goals, and you can totally work towards that. But it's really like focusing in on what you do it for. Is it just something that like needs to come out of you and you want to create it? So I think like asking that question for any artist is really critical, because that's like the lodestone that will keep you like the ballast in the ship that will keep you going during the journey, which is definitely a tumultuous one.
Absolutely. And it's okay if that why changes over time.
Yeah, for sure.
I know I was in first grade when I decided I wanted to write and illustrate picture books. You too. Not a lot of people know who this is now, but back in the 80s, 90s, Stephen Kellogg was a really big name in picture books. He wrote books like Paul Bunyan, like he was doing retellings of like American folk tales. And also he had this book called the Pinkerton series about an enormous Great Dane that would get into all sorts of trouble. Anyway, he came to my first grade class, and he read books, and then he had time talking individually to every single kid while he signed our books. And this is formative for me. Our teacher said, like, if you are too scared to talk to this person, if you're too nervous, just pat him on the shoulder. So I just went in there. I was like, oh. And it was like zoom, and like all this creative energy and power sucked from Stephen Kellogg into me, and I was like, yes, this is my moment. This is my destiny.
Spider-Man, Spider-Bite. That's what it was.
That was it.
And you know what? Picture book power sounds so much better than radiation. It sounds a lot better. Healthier for sure.
Yes, it really is. It was like all the creative power. Immense creative cosmic power. So that was a formative moment. And so from then on, I was like, oh, this is my thing. I'm going to be writing and illustrating picture books. And then, like, my why was like, well, I'm going to be the youngest published picture book author and illustrator because I've decided when I'm 7 to do this. I'm clearly on a roll here. Yes. And, so then I turned 9 and I was like, oh no. I think their 9-year-olds have already been published. And then I turned 13. I'm like, there's other 13.
That goal went out the window real fast.
Yeah. So that was an unhealthy why. Like it was I want to be the first.
In our defense, they didn't have self-publishing that was nearly as easy back then.
That's true.
All right, so we were at a little bit of a disadvantage.
I want to tag onto that. I feel like we can all maybe share that great story. But I know for me, like I went to college for creative writing to undergrad, and right afterwards I teamed up with, I also studied theater design, so that's like my background. So I wrote a lot of plays, and I ended up writing a musical that got picked up by a dramatic publishing company. So and I honestly, because I know in college, most colleges really emphasize literary writing, and so I was like really trying to be literary, and like my novels weren't really getting anywhere, and then this play happened, and it was just fun. And it's a family musical. It's an adaptation of A Little Princess, so it was just fun, and I loved it. And so I was like, I'm just gonna write what's fun. And so like over the years, I've written picture books, I've written novels, and it's just like I write what's fun. And I know for a long time I was trying to write this award-winning, the great American novel, and it was not fun. And I could never finish, and you could tell it wasn't fun. And honestly, I wrote my picture book in like 3 drafts, which is unheard of. And most of my other picture books are like 30 drafts, because it's a lot harder to write a picture book than you think, and we could talk about that. But but like I wrote it in one, and I think the reason that it was the first one to get picked up by a traditional publisher is that you can feel the fun in it, because I had fun writing it.
Yeah. And that's what a lot of editors and art directors will say is like, if the artist is struggling with the work, you can tell. Yeah. Like if you're having a tough time creating the work, other people can tell.
Yeah.
And it's not that you shouldn't create things when you're having a tough time. That's actually really important to do. But it just speaks so much more when you are able to let go of some of those. Maybe you've got expectations on yourself. Maybe you've got like other pressures that you're putting into it, and able to just like understand what the core reason for doing this is. I was just like, I was so caught up in your origin story.
Like
your origin story.
It's an origin story.
It is. It's like then the hero's journey commence,
But like, I feel like this is such a connecting experience with people who want to create something major, and I guess like by major, I mean something that's major to them, something that's major in terms of like the amount of power and energy and creativity that it takes to make. Not necessarily talking about its impact, right? Because like you could have a global impact, you could have a really, really local impact, you could have just one person as an impact, and that like it could still be a major work that doesn't like change.
Yeah. Oh, can I share another story?
Yes,
absolutely. This is like my favorite story of like probably my whole writing life. So my book, My Dog Is Not a Scientist, it came out last year, like I said, and it's a like EMC2 Crafts, which is my publisher. They're like kind of smallish, mid-size. Like they're not, we're not Scholastic. They're not, I don't know, one of the other ones. So I'm totally drawing a blank on all the other publishers.
When you get in front of a camera,
the big 5.
This happens.
We know what it is. You guys know who they are. So I wasn't expecting it to be like a household name, but it was still really good. I had a good turnout, a good reception, especially locally, obviously, because that's where my biggest reach is. And I had lots of people say, like, oh, I loved it, this and that, and it was, nice. But then you go to book events, some are well attended, some are not as well attended, which is hard, but still fun because you can connect one-on-one. And I remember I did an event, and it was a pretty well attended one, but there was this little boy, and his grandmother said my book was his favorite book. And he had that look, he's like, I love you. And he was like following me, I was like, this is great. Like, I am famous to one person.
Yes.
And that's all I need for the rest of my life. I mean,
Absolutely.
hopefully future other things, but at this moment, my life is now complete. I have one super fan.
The first time, I published one of my first books, which was The Enchanted Island Preschool, by, oh my God, I am blanking on every name right now. I am so sorry. It was a local author, and so I worked with a local author. We self-published it, and it was published during the pandemic, which, as you can imagine, there's challenges there.
Yeah.
But my neighbor texted me and was like, oh, I bought a couple copies, and your book is my nephew's favorite. They ask for it every night.
Aww. So cute.
And I was that meant so much to me.
I love that.
Sometimes you just have that effect on one person, and but the amount of energy that went into making that book, and I didn't even write it, like you did, you wrote yours, and the illustrations for mine took 9 months. I think that project was 9 months to get it published,
which is quick, by the way.
Yes, so self-published books tend to go faster than traditionally published books, and we can kind of get into the nuances between those two branching paths, but yes, just for the illustrations, 9 months, and then to have that be the impact, made it so worth it. And I definitely had these visions of grandeur. At one point in my career, was like, I'm going to be the most famous illustrator in this universe. Just, I was a little humble, just this universe.
Yes,
all
the planets.
But I never really thought about what that meant, what that means, how. What does it mean to be that famous? In what circles? To who? And kind of as I was going through my career, trying to navigate that industry and understand who I am as a professional artist and what sort of projects I want to work on, that goal kind of changed for me to be no, I want to be really influential to the people who pick up my work. And that's what means the most to me. That's my goal. I want whatever I make to be really influential to the people who pick it up.
Absolutely.
Even if it's just one person.
Yeah, and I think that's a really good way to focus. Because if you're focused, you can't control in any artistic endeavor. You can't control how it's received. You can't control. Beth is agented. I am unagented.
And I'm unagented.
And Liz is unagented. I've been traditionally published, even though I don't have an agent, which is pretty unheard of. I've met the right person at the right time. Yeah. So I think you can't control that. So it's, we haven't talked about querying. Querying is the process of sending your work out to agents. I know people, or editors. And if you can send out 10 and get picked up, you can send out 300 and never get picked up. And you don't have control out of how they receive you. So you have to, that becomes very demoralizing.
And most of the time it's never your fault whether or not you get rejected, right? It's not that this isn't right for me, it's not right for me right now.
I have 2 novels that I've been sending out, and both of them very consistently got requests for full, and there's a whole process, so we can't get into all the nuances of it, but they get through a whole bunch of steps with a whole bunch of people, and then they're always this is fantastic, but it's not what the market wants right now. And I'm what? I can't control the market, and I don't have a crystal ball. So, I feel at this stage, I don't get demoralized. When I told you I published that play, and it got performed a few times, but I was very young, and I was I am now going to be famous, and I'm going to sit back and wait for the fame. And I didn't know anything about the business of writing and like marketing myself, and so that was a hard lesson. And then I got so demoralized I didn't write for like 10 years.
Wow.
I mean, I was always writing, but it was just like,
Not sending it
I have like a
out.
drawer. I now have enough stuff from that 10 years to like write for the rest of my life. But, but yeah, I wasn't writing really because I got so dejected because my lodestone wasn't quite in the right place. So I feel now, I'm like, I don't care. If nobody wants it, I'll self-publish it. It's fine.
Yeah, it's recalibrating.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And I think it's really important to remember too, this is my like career design studio director hat coming on, like go back to that why and come up with a mission for your life that is consistent across everything you do, right?
Yes.
So one of my mission statements, just one of them, is being a midwife of other people's dreams and my own, right? So like helping creativity be born, right? And I can do that as an author and with a book that's published or not published. Like I can join critique groups with my unpublished work and help other people's creative dreams get born, right? I can do it as a creative design studio director as I help art students figure out how to get jobs. And as a published author, I'll also be able to do that with whatever I do for my author platform, right? So it's really important to kind of go into that place in yourself and be like, this is my consistent mission. And even if I'm not agented, even if I'm not published yet, like I can still be doing this thing and succeeding in my creative life without getting someone else's yes. You know, you be your own yes.
Guys, the Liz Riz is very strong.
So Beth and I know each other because we were critique partners, and so I think you mentioned that word, and I know because this is sort of like introductory level, we should talk about that.
Talk about what a critique group
Groups,
is.
honestly, for me, is absolutely the most essential thing. And again, I said my ballast is that I love the creative community, and I just always want to be a part of it, even if nobody ever bought another thing I wrote. So I love my critique group, and Beth and I were in a different critique group, but we became friends because we would critique every month and get together and like form to that relationship. And it's like just sharing works with each other is like refreshing. So at least you aren't just writing quietly in like your room and nobody ever sees it. It's like at very least I'm like my joy, like what keeps me every month is like I know I have my novel writing picture book, and like I'm gonna submit 15 pages to them at least. So like 8 people are going to read 15 pages every month, and if nothing else, I've done that, you know.
You're accountability buddies.
Yeah,
You're accountability-buddyable, for lack of a better reference. But, oh my God, when I first, so my like switch into being a full-time artist was like, basically my just like a little backstory. My husband like sat me down at one point and he was like, we're never going to be this financially stable ever again. If you wanted to try going solo, now would be the time to do it.
That is so kind.
And I looked at him and I was just like, why would you tell me something so scary? This is horrifying. And then like 24 hours later, I was like, let's do this. So I quit my job and became a full-time freelance illustrator right before a pandemic.
Oh, no.
Somehow it was okay.
That's amazing.
Yeah, I got my first major job right at, like after the pandemic had started, because I guess when that happened, like everyone was like, I've been wanting to write a picture book for ages. Now I can focus on it.
That's true.
So like the fact that I was able to give power to them and, you know, do something cool for myself. What was I talking about? I was saying critique groups.
Yes.
One of the first things I knew that I needed was a crit group. You know, coming from art college, which is not necessary, but like that's where I started. And so I knew I needed that, but like didn't really know where to obtain one. I didn't know anybody in the area, and like being able to find, like, first thing I did was look for trade associations. So that's how we all ended up like meeting through the SCBWI, and as well as me joining the guild. But like, one thing I didn't understand about crit groups before I joined one was that it's not just a support group for your art and your work, but it's also a support group for like all of the trials and tribulations of trying to get the work done. and going through that rejection and going through you know, the downtimes and the art block and like the imposter syndrome and how much do I charge for this? How do I negotiate for this? How do I how do I do any of this? But everyone's kind of like in that general same situation. Maybe there are different points in their career, but you're all focusing on that thing. It's so easy for for any artist to just work in a silo all the time and not realize how like isolating it can be.
Yeah. Well, and I think that ties with two things. First, I'm going to define terms. I'm the dictionary for the group.
Please do.
But the SCBWI is the Society of Children's Book Writers and Illustrators. We're all members. It's really like if you're interested in writing picture books to young adult, like you should check them out.
And the guild is the Graphic Artists Guild, which is a trade association for the business side of being a creative.
Yeah, because I think, so if we're talking about how to get started in the industry, one of the first things that you really need to do is learn about the industry, because there's two halves to the creative arts, whatever art you do. There's like the creating the work, and then there's the business of being a writer or an artist or an illustrator. And so, most of us get into it for the one, but you have to do the other one or no one's going to see your work. And so these guilds are like a great way to learn about it. It learns like what is the market looking for? Like this is some of the stuff that we get asked a lot, which is, people come up and say that they have a picture book. It's 2,000 words. Well, I'm going to speak more from the traditional publishing side. They won't look at it if it's over like 500. 750 is an extremely long picture book. So if your picture book is 2,000 words, you need to find a critique group and find a way to shrink it down, or maybe it becomes a middle grade book or an early reader or something like that. So that when you start to like learn about the industry, you'll be like, oh no, this idea was good, but it's not a picture book. It's actually like a short novel.
I have picture books at home from when I was a kid that are 2,000 words long.
Yes, and they will also say that when you send it out, you usually send it with like titles, like my book is like this and like this. And they say they need to be less than 5 years old because you need to know what the market's looking for now. So yes, Dr. Seuss is extremely long, but I'm gonna actually say as a parent, like when my son would pick Dr. Seuss for bedtime, I was like, oh, that's so long.
I was literally skip pages.
Yeah, I did too. I love this book, but like when you read it 25 times, you're like, enough already. So like, I get where they're saying that the market needs something short, and that's why it is so hard to write a picture book, because you're trying to write something 500 words that has a lovable character, an emotional arc, some kind of a plot with conflict, well written. It has to be a unique idea. Like it has to have all the stuff that a novel would have, but in 500 words. So that's when I said that it's like I write both, and sometimes picture books are harder.
They are so hard.
Yeah. So these are all the challenges, but this is good. I loved learning it and like honing the craft. So that sounds like overwhelming, like when you have this idea, but you can get there. You get there with your critique group. You get there with like taking classes online and learning about the industry. And that's probably a good segue. So like, if you are interested in traditional publishing, all of those bullet points I just listed, you will have to meet or you will not get looked at. Like it's not even, you put it in your query letter. If your query letter says your book is 1,200 words, they won't look at it. So if that is not for you, and when you determine what your goal is, obviously with traditional publishing, it opens some doors. You have more opportunities to go into like public schools and stuff like that. But if your goal, if you weigh those things in the balance and the work that you're trying to create, doesn't fall in those, then definitely independent publishing, self-publishing is an option. And I know you can speak to it from finding an illustrator, you can speak to it from doing it.
What do you start?
Absolutely. Your question is, what do I start? How do you start?
But if you have a book, are you asking if she has a book, or if someone has a book and they want to find an illustrator?
What are like blah, 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 blah. When somebody calls you with an idea, what's some of your basic advice for them?
Absolutely.
Just to get them started.
So good. Well, usually when someone comes to me and they say, I have a book and I need an illustrator, I ask them, well, would you like to be traditionally or self-published? And usually people hear those words and they have no idea even what that means, right? And so then I'll be like, well, with self-publishing, you are putting the money up front to get your book published, right? So that means that you need to have between 5,000 to 10,000 probably set aside to get this book off the ground, at least. Yeah. I'm like 5,000 would be a very, very cheaply done book. So like you need to have like a nest egg or a plan to raise money for it. One of the two, crowdfunding, you'd have to choose like, okay, it's cheaper if you just do like an online version. It's more money if you want to actually hold the book in your hands later, and depending on how many copies you want to produce. So that's one way, but you have 100% creative control over that project, right? You can decide when that book is done. And there's no gatekeeper besides your finances to get that book out into the world, right? So you could even be like, I just want to make that book for my grandkids and do 20 copies, and I'm going to be happy. And it's like, that is a doable project for sure, right? Now, if you're not an artist, you still need to pay your illustrator, and that is a good portion of money, and I feel like Liz is going to be the best person to talk about that. But that's on the self-publishing side. But then on the traditional publishing side, you're basically saying, okay, I want my book out in the world to a larger audience. I want a team of people helping me. So I want the marketing team. I want editors. I want this whole group of people. And I'm not going to have to put money up front. But do you know what? You are going to have to work very hard to understand the market, do your research, and get yeses from multiple people along the way before your book will see the light of day.
Yeah, it takes a lot longer. I think it's definitely, you said you had a book come out in 9 months. Mine was actually very fast for a picture book, and it was like 18 months. I know a lot of people with traditionally published books coming out where it's like 3 years, 5 years, and that's from being agented. That's not like from when they wrote it. That's just how long it took, because it can take 2 years for like a publisher to find the right illustrator and stuff. Definitely, and I look straight into the camera. If you want to be traditionally published and you are not able to do both the writing and the illustrating, traditional publishers do not want you to come to them with an illustrated book. They want to pick their own illustrator.
People in the back.
I know. If traditional publishing, they want their own illustrator, which is a very interesting experience. So I have to say, a lot of people balk at that. And I feel like when you write a book, you always see like the illustrations the way the picture books that you loved as a kid were. So I had this vision in my head of very sort of like watercolory illustrations, and then I got my illustrations, and they are not like, I was a little bit like, oh, and then I read it, and I read it with a child, and I'm like, no, these are the perfect ones. They're much more like Richard Scarry, like even more colorful. My book, because it teaches the scientific method, it's a little on the long side. And so I can still read it to 4-year-olds because they don't necessarily get all the big words and stuff. But the illustrations are like, there's like Easter eggs. I'll just be like, when I start my book events, I'm like, everybody find the bird on every page. And there's like lots of stuff. And the publisher absolutely knew the right look for the book, which I didn't. So it gave me a new appreciation for that synergy. And that's definitely something with traditional publishing, which you'd actually get if you hired an illustrator also, that they bring another part to it, and you have to kind of trust that process to like that it's going to come together. And my editor, because my publisher actually publishes, they always publish all their books in China and the US, so there were certain things that they're like, that sentence and that or that dynamic isn't going to play as well around globally. And I was like, oh, okay, so it's an interesting process to work with that, but you have to be willing to work with that. Like I think a lot of people, I've heard stories of that want it the way they want it, and that is not how it works in traditional publishing. The publisher's going to want it the way they want it,
oftentimes,
which is usually good.
You'll
but you have to
never
trust
even meet your illustrator
in
traditional publishing.
I've never met Louisa. She's in Spain. I'm like, I am here. My publisher's in California, and she lives in Spain. My illustrator lives in Spain.
So, like, going back to the independent side of things, and talking about costs especially, like, so yes, can you get the book done fairly quickly? Not in time for Christmas, but fairly quickly.
Next Christmas.
Give me a year if you want it done for Christmas. But like, but much faster than traditionally published book. One of the reasons that happens is because, like, one of the things that's happening on the traditional side is all of the marketing strategy and, like, looking at translations and looking at, like, getting all those partnerships together for where the book is going to be put and the supply chains and printing in bulk and all of this stuff. When you're doing it on the independent side, you're in charge of all of that. So the illustrations may only take 9 months, but the marketing, you can get into public schools, you can get into Barnes & Noble, you can get into all of those local bookstores and all of the bigger bookstores. You just have to do the legwork. So, it's, going to book fairs and arts festivals and doing the networking and going to, it's just energy on your side. It's sweat equity is a good word for it.
So I will also just add on to that. I do want to dispel the myth that you don't have to do a lot of work when you're traditionally published, and I'm not just saying that. I'm not just saying that because no, I know what you're saying, and that's absolutely right. But it's mostly the marketing side, because I do think that there is a misconception that once you have a traditionally published book, that again, I thought in my 20s, I'll sit back and wait for the fame to come to me, and that is not how it works. No. So unless you are Stephen King or James Patterson, you are not going to have full-time people marketing your book. You still have to do the legwork. It's still expected of you. And in fact, again, talking the hard facts, but not everyone, but mostly agents, less so publishers, but agents, when they look at people, they will consider what their social media presence is. Not that you have 1 million followers, but just that you're posting, that you know how to do it when the time comes. For me, that's the hardest, but that's when I need my lodestone, because I hate social media, but it's the job, and it allows me to get my book out to more people. So I just have to find ways to do it in a way that's less draining, like this. This is not draining because this is a fun chat, but I think it's that is still going to be part of the job, whether you're traditionally published or not. I've actually, because I have the anthology, which was independently published, and the picture book. And I did about the same amount of marketing work for each, and I probably made the same amount of money because I get a much smaller percentage. I sold a lot more picture books, but more of it goes to publisher, which is the anthology I sold. This all comes to me. So I'm not the only person who will say that. Is that in terms of the amount of hours you put in marketing for the return, which is why I try not to think about my writing in terms of how much money I make. That's a really good way to depress yourself.
Yes, it is.
You really want to do it because you're getting something out of it beyond just the money. Yes. Because let's say you get you're traditionally published and you get a big advance. Yeah. $100,000. What? You're rolling in it, you can quit your job? No, because here's why not. Because that $100,000 needs to be spread out over the multiple years of the publication and the writing and so forth. And $100,000 split over 4 years or 5 years is not a lot. So unless you know for a fact that you're going to be getting that $100K how many times in a row, which doesn't happen, it's not going to be enough to sustain your life. So you do need creative people. You need a good day job, one that helps with your creative life, hopefully, or one that you can pour stuff into it, go home, and then focus on your creative work.
Well, we both were in colleges, and I feel like that's something, because so again, I said I studied theater and writing. I don't know why. It was really funny. In undergrad, my master's was in theater design, and my backup plan, my second degree or whatever, was in my major, was theater design, and my other major was writing. And I was doubling down on the safe jobs. So then, I ended up going back for my master's in interior design, because it was I wish someone in college would have been you need to actually have a viable way to make money and still be creative and still make space for your creative life. Because now it's great. I'm an interior designer for Endicott College. So I'm kind of creative by day, but the other half of my brain. And then it's a pretty good life balance. I can write, and I think,
And the independent side of publishing is pretty similar in terms of the writing. In terms of the cost and the amount of money that you're getting in return. On average, somebody who publishes a book on, say, Amazon's KDP, previously Create Space, independent publishing, which is one of the most popular ways to self-publish. They sell maybe 1,000 books, on average, and you're getting a percentage of the the price that people are paying when you're getting paid for that. So you're not getting if you're selling your book for $23, you're not getting the full $23. You're getting 30% maybe, or 15%, or whatever it is that you've set. And so a lot of people like think, oh, I have a lot more control over my finances if I do independent publishing, but that's not necessarily true depending on how much legwork you're going to put into it. So oftentimes the conversation that I'm having with people who are looking to self-publish, it's like, okay, how much are you willing to invest, and do you care about making back that investment? This goes back to the lodestone. This goes back to your goals. Is this a labor of love project that you really need to get this out into the world? You want it to be around for your grandkids. You want it to just exist. In which case, like, that's really important to know. You don't need to worry about whether or not this is going to make a profit or break even at all. But if you are planning on breaking even or making a profit, you just have to have a plan in place. You need to know like what you're going to do with the book afterwards, and like how are, think about that like when you're writing it too. Like how are you gearing this? Maybe you're not going to be sharing, most of the time you're not going to be sharing your profits with the illustrator, because in self-published scenarios you're usually paying a flat fee to your illustrator. There aren't royalties, because really no one's got time to like to track their illustrator after the project is done and have to pay royalties. That shouldn't be your job. The illustrator doesn't want to deal with that. It's fine. Just do a flat fee. Leave that to the publishers.
Traditional publishing, you do. So like,
yes.
So when you publish a book, so I think if you are traditionally published with a novel, you get 10% typically is like standard. Yeah. And like with a picture book, you get 5, because 5 is for the illustrator 5. So just brass tacks.
Yes.
That's what you're getting back. So 5% is not very much. But I think we're talking about happier things too. I feel like we're giving a lot of brass tacks. But I do want to say one thing, which we didn't quite say. We kind of skirted it, which was the cost. Which again, I'm not an illustrator.
Oh yeah.
But I know.
What I was getting at.
I know we talked about how much the books cost, and just talking about illustration, you guys can definitely talk to that. I'm just going to throw in one statistic, because the other illustrated thing that we haven't really talked about is graphic novels, and I know there's a lot of market for it. And just for anyone interested in graphic novels, I will say that I was talking to Crenshaw, who illustrates the graphic novels for the Babysitters Club. She's also a Beverly resident, and I know she mentioned that one of her graphic novels took 3 years to illustrate. Yes. So when we're talking about, the cost of illustrators, if you're thinking of a graphic novel project, asking someone to work on something for 3 years is a lot. I actually had a publisher interested in a graphic novel series I wrote the script for, and they're like, we can't, like, illustrators won't commit to a graphic novel that they don't want to. So if you can go and find one that really is excited about your project and ready to sign on, and it was a book in series, they for the rest of their life to write the story, then come back to us. That was like the one exception to the don't bring your own illustrator. Because it's such a time commitment.
Absolutely. So like one of the best ways that you can kind of like prep yourself for what a picture book or a graphic novel might cost to self-publish, other than buying like the Graphic Artists Guild's Pricing and Ethical Guidelines Handbook, which is a great purchase, but is really more useful for visual artists. So if you're just an author, maybe that's not the book that you want to purchase, but like maybe your illustrator might want to, because it has some empirical evidence about like, the scale of what projects can cost across the country. But I think a really like just kind of like easy back of the napkin kind of way of figuring it out is think about like how long this project is going to take. 9 months, 3 years, whatever. What would somebody need in order to live on for that time? You're talking about being more or less their primary client for a year. Right. So if you would pay, like if somebody would normally get paid, what, like $30,000 to do like part-time work or whatever for a year, maybe that's the cost of your book. Right. And like when you're thinking about what's the cost per page, which I really don't recommend. I really recommend doing like the flat fee sort of structure, just because scope creep is a thing, which is where the project tends to get bigger or things change, and to account for all of that, it's just more professional, I think, to like figure all of that out. This is really brass tacks, I'm sorry. But like, I just get into it. But like, you know, I have had people ask me like, oh, is $50 a page like, you know, a reasonable price? Or I have $3,000 to do a picture book. And $3,000 is a lot of money to an author. I totally understand. That is a large chunk of change, especially for something that they're like, I really want this to happen and I've never done this before and this is what I've been able to pull together. It can feel like a lot of money. But when you're thinking about hiring somebody who is going to be able to help you out with making your book like translate through another dimension, talking about being able to have it marketable, you know, they're likely going to be having to negotiate some copyrights in there, which we really don't have to get into this discussion. That's really brass tacks. But and the fact that they're not going to be getting royalties on this book, they don't get any of that profit sharing. Think about how much somebody should get paid for any other type of job that would take that long. You know, you're talking 6 to 8 hours per day or per page. No, probably way more than that, actually. 6 to 8 hours to do the finished work. After all the sketches and everything else. All of the communication time. Most of the time isn't even taken up by just doing the drawing. It's through communication and trying to figure out what the right vibe is and what, you know, how to communicate properly with the client and making sure all of those priorities are taken into consideration, and then you get to do the drawings. So that's all that's going into that price. It's not just the cost of a few hours of work in order to get a pretty picture. Illustration is not just a pretty picture. It tells a story. It's dynamic. There's a lot more going on in there.
Yeah, which I think is definitely, we should also mention, like, because I know like AI graphics and stuff like that, like, you know, that's like a whole thing. And I'm gonna you know, just address the elephant in the room. But like, yes, AI.
I was just like, oh, we are addressing that elephant.
AI is amazing, but like, you don't get that.
Tool.
It's an amazing tool. You don't get that synergy. You don't get that back and forth, that artistic process.
You don't own it. That's
you don't own it. So
yes,
you can't
you don't
sell it. Yeah.
So I think, you know, there's a lot, and there's way more that we can cover in this hour. But I think. I think too that if you work with an illustrator, maybe, and especially when you have that lodestone, and maybe you're doing something just for like your family, like your local community, or something you want for yourself, or something. The great thing about self-publishing or independently publishing is that you don't have to have a traditional format. So maybe it's, you know, 3 pages and they're illustrated. Or maybe you can work with an artist to help you use your own family photos or something, or like use your own creativity, like go online and play with Canva and come up with something. And, you know, it doesn't have to be, like, it could be a framed story. Like, there's, if you have a story to tell, and I think like all of us have a story in us, and it's dying to come out, like, don't let all this facts get you down. I think like when we said, like, from when we came to this topic, it's like so many people come and they see this one path for their work. And not everybody's story that they need to tell, it belongs on that traditional path. Like, there's so many paths. And I think, you know, thinking about it that way is like really free.
Or normal like book route. Like, it doesn't have to be a hardcover book for it to be a legit, like very valid, real, valuable product. And making a poster out of your story, or a framed thing, or like, you know, a couple of illustrations that you can give to your children, like, those are amazing ways of making your story special. And or even having it marketable without it being in that normal book format. Like, you can be more creative than that, and you can maybe even find a format for your work that fits it better than a regular book. Like, I feel like a lot of people think that if it doesn't look like a hardcover book that was traditionally published, then it's not valuable. And that is so not true.
Yes. And, you know, this is just one podcast, right?
Yeah.
We've touched on so many different things in this. We've talked about like what to pay an
Are you still
illustrator,
following us?
what to like. We've brushed
about the cost and
right. We brushed on query letters and traditional publishing and all these things. Okay, so this is not like necessarily the one and done thing. Like, if you're interested in this, your call to, like, if we didn't explain something clearly or at all, to go like, oh, I probably need to research that. Put on your Hermione Granger hat and go to the library, go to the bookstore, start talking with people. If you know anybody in your life who's written or illustrated books and have them out there, just start asking questions. And then join some of these professional organizations who can really get you started.
Yeah, and you can reach out to us too, because we're setting up a class. So, like, let us know if you want to. Like, we can. We're probably going to do it with the Beverly Library and just like get people and go into this stuff, break it down more slowly and in a more organized way, and like teach a more higher level class. But definitely connect to the SCBWI and some of these other organizations. Look it up online. And actually, too, like, because I always, again, people come up, they ask these questions, I feel like I crush their dreams. It is not the crushing of your dreams. It's just that this is maybe the start of a journey, not like I've written this and then I will do this and then it'll get published and all that. Like, I have actually loved over the last however many years, like, learning about the industry and, like, trying. Like I said, I wrote, like, a graphic novel, and then I wrote some picture books, and I write novels, and I'm like, ooh, it's fun. And I'm like, I got feedback a year ago from an agent about a middle grade horror novel I have, and I was like, I hate this book. It sucks. Everyone hates it. And then, like, I looked at it again a couple months ago, and I was like, oh God, that was genius. And I understood, and I just felt like growth as, like, a writer. And I was like, that's it. And I'm like, that was so smart. I just wasn't ready at that point to hear it. And it's like that journey. It's like just loving that journey. And I keep getting better. We each keep getting better.
I think if there's one takeaway that we want people to have from this conversation, it's use these facts to just, like, open your mind to the possibilities of your project and what it is that you want to make. Just, like, be curious, be persistent, and be courageous. And, like, all of these things, like, anything that feels overwhelming or scary or whatever, like, all of that kind of melts away if you're just willing to do those things. We really don't want it to be discouraging, right? Like, one of my favorite things is for people, anybody, strangers, to come up to me and ask, how do I make a picture book? I will sit down with them. I will give them a half hour, an hour of my time, any time I'm asked that, because it's one of my favorite questions to answer. I want, like, one of the things in my lodestone is, like, my goal is to make the industry better for the people who come after me coming into the industry, right? Like, that's why I do my volunteer work with the Graphic Artists Guild and whatnot. It's let's make this industry better for those people who are coming in after me. So, like, don't be discouraged. Ask questions. Like, be curious and be brave. Just a little bit brave.
I mean, persistence really is the key in the industry. If you have something a story that you feel like is worth telling and you want it to get out there into the world, just keep working on it. I think that, I do have an agent right now, but the book that we're working on sending to publishers right now, I came up with the idea for it in 2008, okay? This is a much longer journey than most people take with the book, by the way. But I just wanted to share that, like, it's not a shame to have a longer journey than most if you are enjoying it and learning along the way. So, I came up with the idea. It took me a long time to write it because I'd written one other novel, but this is kind of like the first novel that I was trying to put together with an actual story structure rather than just short stories kind of sewn together, And it took me years to do it, and I rewrote it a bunch of times after one critique round, another critique round, and then in 2018, I queried it for the first time. I got some interest, but no offers, and they gave me reasons. And so I went back to the drawing board, and I revised it again, and I queried in 2022, a little bit into January of 23, to over 200 agents. And this is my, like, if I don't get a yes on this thing, I'm done with this book because I've worked on it for so long. And sometimes you have to say that. Sometimes you have to just basically be like, okay, I've worked on this thing for so long that if it's not right for the world, like, I have other stories in me. Let's focus on some other things too.
Move the elf over and put this on the shelf.
Right, exactly. Sorry. So I started working on some picture books to cleanse my palette of this, novel that I had been working on for so long. And I sent out the picture book query to just like about 5 agents. It wasn't a very it was not the hundreds that I had sent it out to before, after not getting any offers on those. And that's when I heard back from my agent, and she had liked the picture book idea, but had gone to my website and seen that I had this novel, was more interested in that, asked me to send that in too. So long story short, there was a revision in there. There was almost a year. Like, now that we're finally talking about it, maybe a year after I sent that initial packet in to her. And we're now sending it out to publishers maybe a year later. But it was a big process, and I needed to be patient and persistent. But to be honest, that year where I've been like working on a revision for this agent and like getting our submission packet ready to go on publication went by so fast, because I had already developed this like sense of patience and understanding that it's a journey and that I have multiple things going on that's taking my creative attention. So it didn't feel heavy or too long waiting. It just felt like, no, publishing is slow. Creative life is slow.
Yeah.
And I'm in it to enjoy the journey. And let's just see. And you know what? I got a lot of congratulations. I announced it formally just yesterday that I was working with an agent online. So, yay! So, like, all of like my family and friends online are like, "Oh my goodness, Beth! I can't wait to hold your book in my hands." And I'm like, "So, earliest that can happen."
Yeah, in a couple years.
Exactly. I'm like, minimum you have 2 years, and that would be if it happened very fast.
Yeah.
And so, you know, it will be some more time, lots more waiting. But you know, that's part of the journey.
And you can do other stuff in the way too.
Absolutely.
So it's like, I definitely
I've been working on marketing the book.
Traditional and independent, but there's always like hybrid too. So like I said, I have some novels that are like, they weren't right for the market at the time, so I can sit on them and wait and see if the market turns around. Or where I'm at like now, at least like one of them, because I have a couple, and I'm like, there's one, I'm like, I just want it out in the world. I love this book. I just want it out. I know there's like, people will read it. I don't care if like it touches 10 people. And it is true that traditional publishers will not typically publish a book that's already been done, but at least it's out there. And I'm like, I have other books in me. I mean, I actually have other books already written, but like, even if not, like just, you know, if it doesn't find its home, then just like put it out there, write the next thing. Or, you know, picture books, like the good thing about picture books is they're short. So like they don't tend to take 10 years to write. Sometimes they do.
Sometimes they do.
Sometimes you don't find the way to fix them, but like you can just write more, you know? So just like, it's all the different paths. Like you can look at it in all different ways. There's no like one way.
I feel like we could talk about this forever, but maybe we don't need to today. I would say, like, give us like a final takeaway from each of us, just to kind of like wrap up the conversation. Let's start with you, Beth.
Yeah, I feel like the main thing that I want to say is like, don't let all of these barriers that we've talked about be the thing that keeps you from starting the process of your creative life and your creative journey. I think it's helpful to have the reality, but don't turn that reality as like a weapon against yourself to keep you from starting. I'd say find that peace in it that brings you joy, and follow that joy and work your hardest, make friends, and use those friendships to like make your journey go on and move forward. Yeah.
And for you?
That stole my ideas. No. She plagiarized my journey. No, I was like in my head. I was like, find your joy. Oh, she best said that. And then I was like, find your people. Oh, she said that too. No. Yes, obviously. Like I think those are the two biggest ones. But yeah, like find, like it is like if I can't have those two, I'll say find small things and big things. Yeah. So I have had some life stuff going on, but I used to do this like monthly author profile of local authors. I'm going to be starting that up again because I miss it so much, because it's like it was something I could give back, and like I knew that at least I would have one thing coming out like every month. And you know, my friend Susanna, she does like an online journal that's like 500 words, no 100 words. It's called 5 minutes. Sorry, numbers, but you know, and it's like a short, and like I can just write one of those every once in a while. Like you have to have small joys and big joys, especially if you write novels. And if you're trying on a traditional publishing route, it's going to take a while. So like find those little moments too, and celebrate all of them. Like never diminish yourself. Like I think it's very hard sometimes to not be like, oh, well, it's just like a 100-word piece. Like, no, you got a 100-word piece, and that's really good, and or whatever. Like I'm here today. I'm going to celebrate that. Like celebrate everything. Like don't diminish yourself. Like find your joy and then celebrate all the steps on the way.
Yeah, I would say decide what success means to you, and keep that. Like recognize that it can change, be flexible, but like have your reason for persevering. Like you're gonna have hard times. You're gonna have those moments where everything seems insurmountable. You're gonna have, I mean, goodness, depression is almost an occupational hazard for artists. Like it's like, so like, there are gonna be those times where you have really hard stuff to overcome. So find what success means to you. Find that thing that you're going to keep striving for because it means so much to you that you're going to persevere anyway. And stay flexible.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Yeah, and know it's a craft.
Yeah.
So write one book, and then write another, and then write another, and then write another, and keep writing. Yeah.
My first novel that no one wanted. I now read it, and I was like, yeah.
Yeah.
That was the Training Wheels one.
Yeah. Mine too.
Oh man, mine was a Sailor Moon fan fiction.
At least you finished your fan fiction. I read a lot of Star Wars unfinished fan fiction.
As long as it brought you joy.
So, Betsy, thank you so much for being here today in our lovely new space at the Beverly Arts Festival.
Wait, how can they find us after?
Ooh, so look to the North Star. And why don't you say your contact information?
Yes.
We won't have it up on the screen because we weren't really that well prepared.
That's okay.
But you can rewatch this recording later on BevCam's YouTube.
Absolutely. So you can find me on social media at Beth Price Morgan or at my website, bethpricemorgan.com.
Yes, I have an equally easy to find name, which is Betsy Eller, and all my social media is Betsy Eller. So you can look that up. And if that does not stick in your memory, my book is My Dog Is Not a Scientist, which is a little more memorable name. Yeah. If you Google that, you will find me. And definitely reach out with questions. Like we all said, we love supporting the artistic community, and we love talking to people who are starting the journey.
And I am parlay at lizziebydesign.com. That's Lizzie with an I-E, not a Y. And you can find me on Instagram at lizziebydesign. So, thank you so much for being here. And thank you for watching. Come by sometime and see the new space. And I don't know, get on the microphones yourself. What are you waiting for? Stop being so worried about everything. Be brave.
And everyone just
Oh my God.
Amazing.
But yeah, thank you so much. This has been awesome. I think that's a wrap.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, I'm Kaylee Blandon. I'm from Dover, Delaware, and I'm a junior here at Montserrat studying animation. Or going to be, sorry, not a junior anymore, a senior at this point.
Hello, I am Brianna Costa, and I am also an upcoming senior in Montserrat College. I am from Rhode Island, and my majoring is animation.
Yeah, today we're just going to be asking each other questions, mainly about our college experience as art students. personally, like how we've dealt with certain situations and other things. We've come up with a couple questions for each other. I'll go first. Did you have any animation experience before coming to college?
For me, definitely a no. I have definitely touched a little bit with Procreate on my iPad, but that was during high school and my senior year, and we just had to make a full-on capsule noodle film. It was literally a 1-minute animation, and it wasn't the best. It really wasn't. But overall, I think Monster Art definitely helped me out with improving my animation skills in general. How about you?
I really only, I barely did anything. It was like I dabbled in a couple little shorter animations. But other than that, I really didn't know very much about it or take any classes about it. I didn't know much about digital art until my halfway through my time at high school, and even then I kind of stayed more traditional until my senior year.
Yeah. That's interesting. Since your transfer, how is your experience with Monster Art so far?
Yeah, personally, I like it here better than where I was. I started off at Delaware College of Art and Design, which as of this year is no longer an institution. And then I got my associates there, and then I came here to Montserrat. It's been a little bit different. I was very close to home, obviously, at Delaware College of Art and Design, about 45 minutes to an hour. So it's very different getting used to being here, being about 6 hours away. But I do enjoy it up here. I like the area. I like Beverly. It's just interesting. The one thing I would say I miss is my friends that I've made. I've made a lot of good memories with people at DCAD. So
that's good.
Yeah.
I'm quite glad that you're having a really good experience with Monster Art. Even though I was there since freshman year to now becoming a senior, a lot of things has changed, especially since COVID hit for freshman year. And now we have more of in-person context because now there's Icon, and there's now a lot of events now within Beverly. And Beverly's such a nice place. I really love Beverly itself. Yeah.
I would say, why did you choose to go to Montserrat? I have a very specific story behind my story of how I came here, so I was interested to hear about what yours was.
I definitely applied for a few, but the one thing that definitely caught my eye for Montserrat is their scholarship little program that they have, because they literally just give me the most out of the other colleges that I applied to, and for me as a poor family of 5, literally that was like, oh, that's like such a good offer. It's like for scholarship, having a good amount of taking off and everything, it really helped me a lot, especially for student loans. So what about you? What's your experience?
Me, it was kind of it was almost like fate. DCAD was only a 2-year school. You only could get your associates. So I was looking for somewhere where I could go finish my bachelor's. And it just so happened to be that Moore College of Art, which is in Philadelphia, has a portfolio day where there's a bunch of schools from Ringling to CalArts, I believe, also goes. Schools all over the country come to there. And I just kind of went, you go from booth to booth, and they look at your portfolio. And I just so happened to walk by Montserrat and saw that they had no one there. And I looked on DCAD's old website and saw that they took all of my credits. We had an agreement with them. So I kind of just went over, and they looked at my portfolio, really liked it. And then my mom and I decided to come up for a tour. And then we kind of just decided that this was going to be the place for me. I didn't feel like going in a city again. So we came up here, loved it, and I've been up here for a year now. Yeah.
That's good to hear. Oh, I don't have another question. Oh, jeez. Hold on. Give me a moment. Oh, I can sort of steal this one. What event in college that's like really memorable for you, especially within like Montserrat?
Oh,
or in
specifically
Beverly,
at Montserrat?
Yeah, or in Beverly. Can be either or.
Well, specifically at Montserrat, there's we had some fun trips at DCAD, but specifically at Montserrat, so far I'm trying to think of all the stuff that we've done this year. Icon was fun. No, my Icon is great, but here's my little ad for our film festival that we do.
Oh,
yeah,
of course, MASH.
MASH. Yes, I was the producer for MASH this year. If you don't know what MASH is our basically yearly Montserrat film festival. And we have current students and alumni can apply, and we show films at the Cabot. It's free admission for people who come. And it was funny, that was also kind of our, the person who kind of took over for the seniors this year. I was in a class with him, and I was his producer for a film a short film we did for one of our classes. And he enjoyed working with me so much, he pulled me into MASH and said, "You're doing this now," essentially. So it's a lot of fun. I love the people I worked with there. Looking forward to next year. We have some big plans. But I don't know, if you're going to take anything away from this, is come to MASH. Please come to MASH next year. Yes. Don't have a date yet. We'll be at the Cabot, and come to Icon too. Icon's fun. But please come to MASH.
Please come to MASH. Yeah, I adore MASH. It's especially even though I didn't go to it freshman to sophomore year, maybe because I was definitely shy and like I just didn't want to go because I thought it was way too long, and I was like, I had other plans. But it was so good, especially for seeing everyone's work, like film work and animation, and like that's so neat seeing everything in a big screen. It's so good. Like I really love MASH, and like the posters and everything. For event that I can think of for Montserrat, I'll say the art market. We had an art market collabing with the Cabot events, and it was really fun. I really liked getting yourself as a Montserrat student to able to sell your work, and having a bunch of friends of ours with side by side and just selling each other's work, and just like it just gives everyone joy. It's like, oh, look at this, someone wants my art, someone wants those sticker keychains and everything. I really love that. That was so neat.
Do you have a favorite class, and do you have a least favorite class that you've taken so far throughout your college experience? Because I can definitely think of a least favorite for me. Favorite's kind of hard because I've had a lot of interesting classes I've taken over the year.
That is true. Like, Monster had really, really good classes that I quite liked. The classes I don't like, there's two of them. I don't know. Like, life drawing, I just didn't like charcoal, so I just wasn't a big fan. But for the first animation class that I had, I believe other people had, it was just awful. I don't know. It was just weird how it just played out. For me, I think it was because since I was beginning into animation, I think I stressed myself way too much out for Adobe Animate. But overall, I think as I grew as an artist, I was like, oh, okay, I'm getting a handle of this. I'm enjoying this now. I'm getting in touch with it. Which I would say one class I do like a lot, which is After Effects. Just post-production class. So helpful, and it's so good. I love that class. I was really nervous when I got into that class, but then earlier on I was like, oh my god, I love this, and I want to keep moving forward with this, and it's so helpful, especially for animation and compositing everything. How about you?
I'll start with a couple of favorites, because my least favorite is a story. I would say one of my favorites has been, I really enjoyed my digital puppets class, which you were in as well. but that might just be because of our professor. We love Hannah.
We all love Hannah.
Digital puppets. I really liked, why am I forgetting? We did a lot of it was with Jung-Ah. It's technically animation too. Here, I took a different animation 2 class at my previous college, but this one focused a lot on like a paper puppet animation and stop motion and just like traditional media, and that was a lot of fun to kind of do and go like step away from a computer for a bit and do something with your hands. My least favorite class I took at Delaware College of Art and Design, and it was a film history class. Not saying the content of the class film history is very interesting. It's very important to animation and to film, to like anything, and it's very, very interesting. It was the professor that made it very interesting. I won't go into specific stories, but it was a long day. It was a long class. We had it from like 9:45 till like 12:30, and then we came back from 1:30 till like 4:20. It was long. And in the morning, we watched films, and it was very hard to stay awake. And we had textbook chapters we had to read, or not even just chapters. It could have been multiple chapters at some point. But it was very long, and we were never told what was going to be on our like tests that were to make sure we read the chapter. And in the end, the tests were 5 questions, and it was like so much content you had to memorize, to the point where I would spend like at least 7 or 8 hours a week just reading a textbook and writing stuff down. I would recommend taking a film history class, just not one where you learn from a book, you know? Yeah.
No, that's totally fair.
Yes.
So, I have a question. So, like, what would you say to yourself as your younger self, or to like younger audiences? What would you give like tips of?
I'd say it's like someone who's younger and interested. Like, if you're let's say you're in high school, and you're thinking about taking art as a career, I would prioritize a lot of networking, even like within your high school. And I would stay in touch with as many people as you can. You never know who's going to be, who could be your coworker one day, especially in the animation field. And I would recommend, like, I know a lot of our parents are they question it and they worry, like, if this is a good choice for you, if you should go into this. And I would really, I would encourage you having a deeper conversation with them if they're open to it. I mean, you don't always have to go to, I know we're college students. Animation is one of those fields where it's pretty prevalent, where like a college degree is very important for animators. But for some degrees, you might not necessarily need one. You know, talk to your parents and see what's like logistical for you. Or look into, there's other ways you can learn, like residencies and just like internship programming, just anything that can get you more. It's networking again. Art is a lot of networking, especially even animation, where it's big community. If you have connections, you're gonna find a job. Yeah, again, networking. That would be my biggest like advice to anyone who's interested in the arts in general.
That's a really good tip. Like, just networking and then, like, being social, just, like, having connections with other people. Or even BevCam, because there's a lot of things you can do with here. But, like, yeah, just become really, really social with your audience and be friends with anyone, at least. Like, you never know who you're going to be working with, especially in the future. And then they can give you great connections. And then, of course, like, for skill-wise and everything, there's a lot of things out there now, like YouTube and everything, that has such great advice to improve your animation and your artwork, that you can like take that in, because that's how I drew too. Because that, for me in high school and middle school, that's how I started drawing when I do animation. So like having those things to give you support and like keep you going, it really like pumps you up to be like, yeah, okay, I can really, really do this. Like, even with the pen and paper, you can just make a little animation with, like, a flip book.
I'd say what's been one of the hardest projects you've had to execute, but was really rewarding in the end? Like, even though it was really hard and it took a lot of effort, you really liked the outcome.
I would say the project that we were into with animation group projects with the big group of other animators, that was like a lot of fun. I would say it was definitely hard because I was definitely helping out with After Effects and also with some parts of animation, and then there was also a little bit of miscommunication probably, but overall it was tough, especially with After Effects, and I was also still learning it, and I was also still in the same class during the same semester, so it was like butting heads with me, like, do I know this? How is this gonna look good? But yeah, I'll say that class, because like during the end of it all, just like seeing everything all together, it turned out great. Like, I think everyone who did that project was phenomenal. It was so good.
Yeah.
How about you?
There are a lot of projects that I put a lot of work into where I'm kind of just not satisfied with the end. But one of the ones that I was satisfied with, I would say, is my paper puppet animation that I did. It was during a stressful time here, and I was able to execute it after some persevering. But it was a lot of fun, and I would do something like that again. Just making like a little something so delicate, like a paper puppet, and making an animation with it. It was really enjoyable, especially when you're in animation. A lot of the focus can be on digital work. And I enjoy stepping away from the computer from time to time to doing some traditional stuff. And that class provided a good example of something I could possibly do in the future that wouldn't be me sitting at the computer 24/7. Even though I really do enjoy the digital work and digital stuff, it's just nice to get a break from it. Mm-hmm.
That's good.
Yeah. I can go.
Do we keep on going?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd say your most memorable college experience.
Oh.
It doesn't have to be a class. It doesn't have to be anything specifically, like something that has happened here that has been really memorable and fun and something that you'll kind of hold dear to you for the rest of your life.
I know for sure it's going to be literally my first week of getting into college. I was a nervous wreck. But overall, just being social, I was definitely a shy kid. I was just like, I don't know, hello, hi. But it was really nice to, especially that first week of orientation, just getting to know, even the OLs, they were so friendly. And they were like, oh yeah, let's go. And then, of course, with the little paint fight thing happening, it was a lot of fun. That was definitely memorable because I was definitely nervous, but then within that, short little week, it gave me the confidence to be like, all right, I'm going to start making some friends here. Let's poke around. Let's see. It's definitely memorable. And plus, that's how I met a good couple of friends of mine also that I'm really close to during that time. So, yeah, it's really good.
Yeah, I would say some of my most memorable experiences were from my previous college. The people that I met there, I think I'll be friends with for the rest of my life. And I still keep in touch with them to this day. And it's like we would come together, meet in my friend Colleen and Kayla's room, and we would sit and we would play games and watch movies. I learned a lot of different card games. I learned how to play poker in that room. I learned how to play spoons. I learned how to play taco, cat, goat, cheese, pizza, which is a lot of fun and would make me so mad. And then I saw a lot of movies for the first time in that room. Some good movies, some bad movies. And we just had a lot of fun in there. And I miss it. I miss them. But I don't regret coming here either. So I'll hopefully be able to see them this summer. If not, we still keep in touch. So yeah, I'd say it's like a collection of a bunch of different things that happened just with the same people, you know. Yeah, I think that's a big thing about college too, especially in our college, is the people that you meet and the people who you're going to know for the rest of your life. And I think that's a big thing with a bunch of, like, you know, in high school still. I still talk to some of my high school friends. Having that sense of community is very important to me. So, yeah.
It's good to definitely stay in touch. And don't be afraid. Just stay in touch. Even when you graduate from high school, just keep in touch. Like, just say, hey, how's it going? How's it going? Do you want to hang? Just stay connected, because that's really important. It's like us human beings really do need that. And plus, as an artist, you can get inspiration from your people that's around you. Then it gives you satisfaction to keep on going.
Yeah, I think that's all the questions I had. Yeah,
I'm also, so I'm all good.
So it's been our experience as art school kids so far. One more year left.
Yes.
And we'll see how that goes. But thank you for listening.
Yes, thank you. Have a good rest of your day, guys.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Welcome to this very special episode of On Air. We're live.
Oh my goodness.
During Arts Fest.
Yay.
So we're having a lot of fun in this downtown location. Downtown location.
Downtown location. Downtown.
And the movie we did for this episode was The Strangers.
Yeah. The
Released
Strangers.
in 2008.
Yep.
Yep.
So let's go around. What are your first thoughts on this?
Oh, mine?
Yeah.
Personally, I loved it because I saw it when I was very young. I think, honestly, the acting could be a lot better. It was very awkward at times, but I think it's a pretty good movie.
I thought the acting was actually the best part about this movie. Or one of the best parts about this movie.
We'll talk about
I
that
didn't really
later.
have a problem with the acting, but yeah, we can get into that, I
We'll
guess.
get
I
into
don't know.
it.
I felt like the acting was a little weak, but
Yeah.
like on like
I didn't like the, what was his name? Jack?
Yeah.
there was James.
Okay.
He was very awkward at times, I felt like.
I didn't love
I
him
think that
as
was
an actor.
probably like a little intentional. Because
Yeah.
it's like he's just been rejected. So like
Dude,
they're going to be a little awkward with
the
each
best. Oh yeah, I felt like that part was good. But I think the best actor is definitely Mike. He was great.
other. Oh, Glenn Howerton.
Yeah,
I thought it was Guy in the sack.
No, it
No.
was definitely Mike because his reaction to the car was like, "Oh dang it!"
He's like, oh my god.
Yeah.
That's
No, he
the
gets
most
out and
normal
he goes,
reaction.
What?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
A big rock just came through my windshield.
What?
What?
That's
What the
the
heck?
exact reaction you would like have in real life. Like he shh, never speaking. No, I'm kidding.
I intentionally didn't say that
I
into a
know.
microphone.
I have one in front of me.
You leaned into his microphone. It's like,
Don't tell anyone.
I'm away from my microphone.
Guys, look, I'm not going to say a bad one into my microphone, but I'm going to say it into
No. Yeah, no. My microphone only picks up my voice. They only pick up our voices.
Oh,
right?
yeah,
how that
obviously
Because
how
it's
Mike's
that high
Duh.
tech.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah.
But what was your favorite part of the movie?
I don't know about favorite part.
Or like a part you liked at least.
Yeah. I don't know. It was. I think the ending was probably like the last scene.
My favorite part was when it was over.
Yeah,
I didn't like the movie.
I cheered.
But no, I think I don't know what it meant, but I feel like the ending was cool at least. Like the kids walking into the house and then
I like
taking
how it had
like
the ending
that.
at the beginning.
I like
and then
how.
I actually,
yeah.
I don't really like that because it feels a little cliche to just be like,
Okay.
have it end on like a jump.
That's
scare.
my
Like,
problem with the
if you
whole
were, like-
movie,
if
but
you
I'll
were,
get
like-
into that later.
If you were like basically about to die, and someone like reached out to grab you, you wouldn't be like,
Yeah, that was.
Be like-
I hated that part.
yeah.
I like
that-
when the.
that's just-
I
it
feel
felt-
like if
it
you
felt-
just-
it felt cheap.
I was thinking more
Really?
about like
I
the
feel
part
like-
where they take the pamphlet.
No, that was
like-
a good part.
I don't know
I
what it
liked that.
meant.
Oh,
really,
because
but
the pamphlet was for like it was like
yeah,
some
Chris-
Christian
it's
thing.
like yeah, it's
It was for
Christian.
sinners.
No, I know,
The
but then
kid
like
was
the
like, "Are you
kids
a
walking
sinner?"
into the house and
Well,
stuff.
because they're going around door to door handing out the pamphlets.
Oh,
I like the part when it shows
That's
like the
not hard
whole
to
living
figure
room
out.
destroyed.
I don't know.
Una, don't
And
worry, I
They
didn't
only
know that
had
either.
3 of them. Why would you can't go around handing out pamphlets if you have 3 pamphlets?
Guys, we
Yeah.
found the biggest plot
They had
hole
a
in the
bag.
Strangers
I think
movie.
you're a liar. So
I like the part when it shows the kid and James is dead on the floor and he's just staring
Yeah, no,
down
the
at
kids
him.
like
don't
don't
care
care
at
so funny.
all.
Like at the beginning of
I
the
was
movie,
talking
the
to
beginning
Michael
of the
about
movie,
it.
The kid on the phone was like crying. He was like, "There's blood everywhere. I'm freaking out."
Oh,
You know,
yeah,
which
then
is
he's
a,
just
these
like,
kids
an
were not
actual
freaking
reaction.
out.
Just standing
These
there
kids
like-
were
He
not
was just,
freaking
He was
out.
literally looking at James like,
No, I was talking
Oh,
to Michael,
shucks.
and I was
Well,
like,
anyway.
I was like, if I walked into a house and I saw that, I'd be like, oh my god, not.
yeah.
I'd be like,
Oh my god.
but I'd be more like the phone call in the beginning of the movie.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
see, yeah, I watched this movie yesterday with my dad, and I did not like it. I did not enjoy it. It's fine, but
Yeah.
it's just not that good. The characters are so stupid.
That's my
So
whole
Dude,
stupid.
the entire time I was begging. I was like, please just go back to James. He's smarter than Kristen. Like,
no,
please.
my
He's
issue-
smarter than Kristen.
Really?
A little
he
bit.
was like he was like about to go out, and he told her to stay in the house. That they both knew that the strangers
I know.
could go. Were,
I
had-
know,
were
but he
able
was
to get
at
Do
in.
you
least a little
remember
smarter
when
than
she was
Kristen.
talking to the girl that literally had the knife and she's like, he's gonna kill you when she has the knife, and then she grabs like a butter
And then he
knife.
immediately gets
She
like
got the
thrown
butter
into
knife.
the house. Like he's like, oh.
I had a comment about something at the
I
start.
like when,
and
I
wrote
like
it
when the
down.
guy in the mask that
right,
she
right, I
steps
remember.
out of the
Yeah.
room and he like throws
I'll
her
tell you,
into the
it's
wall.
very irrelevant.
No, that's okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, I constantly found myself being like, don't go out into the hall. You know he's
She
there.
goes into the hall and you just
Also,
throws her into
I
the wall.
will
and then
say,
she starts like touching the wall
I
on
thought,
her way out.
I thought it was
she's like
when James walks into the room to find Kristen after the guy had like just been there, like at the very beginning, and she's freaking out. I feel like he takes it pretty well. She's like, "There's people in the house," and he's like, "Kristen, there's no one here." I feel like he was. But then, like, once he's, like, the very first thing that indicated someone was actually there, he, like, snapped, like, into, like, I don't know.
Man mode.
I was gonna say defense mode.
Man mode. You're about to make me enter man mode.
That sounds like some like weird commercial of like Axe body spray or something.
I'm gonna man out.
How it feels to drive a Ford F-150.
I guess the man would be my superhero name if I'm going man.
Man. No, but I feel like if like Mike, Glenn Howerton's character, had just said, like, when walking down the hall, he said, "Hello, James, it's me, Mike," or something.
Exactly.
He could have not.
He
died.
said hello before he entered the house, which
Hello?
makes like no sense. I would have been like,
Yeah.
"Where are you at?"
Dude, wait.
Yeah, I would have been freaking out. Like,
So-
where's my friend?
So when Kenzie and I were watching the movie together, the part where James shoots Mike, he goes, Kenzie paused it and was like, the sack man was probably gonna be like, dude, I had that kill. And like, dude, you stole my kill from me. Like that was we were joking constantly throughout when we were watching it.
dude,
It was
I
really
love-
funny.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I remember the car crash scene where one of the girls drives the car right into them, and I started cackling.
because
She hits the car again after they get out.
Well, no, that's just to make sure that the car's destroyed so they can't use it.
But then later they end up setting the car on fire anyway.
Yeah.
No, that was his. That was. I think that was the friend's car, like Mike's.
Oh, right, but
So they make sure there are no cars, no
but
escape.
but what was it? I was gonna say the car, when they rammed the truck into their car, Kenzie was like, the sack man's gonna be like, dude, that was my car. You're gonna break my car, man.
That was my Toyota.
Dude, that was
you
my
wrecked,
Toyota.
You wrecked my truck.
My Toyota.
My Jeep truck.
How are we supposed to drive
but
away
like
when
he's
we're
not
done?
saying anything, so he's just like.
I know that's what I'm thinking. He's probably like,
Oh my gosh.
He like takes the axe. He just stares at the car like with the axe, just like.
How are we gonna
he's-
leave?
Guys, we're in a bit of a pickle.
Guys, we're gonna have to Uber our way out of
Now,
here.
now we're stuck
They
here.
didn't drive
Oh,
in the
how the
truck, they
tables have turned. Now the strangers are stuck.
That's funny.
Also,
Thank you, Mike.
the other thing about Mike that I didn't like is when the man in the sack is following him. How do you not realize there's a guy with an axe
Well,
following you?
they had the music on, so it was like really loud, so they can't hear the footsteps.
Yeah.
Still, I would have felt like, hey, something feels off while I'm walking. He was also halfway turned like this, so I don't know how.
Oh
he'd
yeah, no,
see.
I feel like if I'm turned like this, like
You could see someone.
yeah, because
Especially
This movie does bend logic quite a bit.
I like
little
the
bit,
logic
That's
doesn't
my
make
issue
sense
with it.
because in the driveway when Mike looks away, the girl's just gone, and I was like,
What is he, Mike? What is she, Michael Myers?
Yeah, we were literally.
Or
Kenzie
Jason
and I,
that like
Voorhees?
8 times
like
too,
when
and
when
it was so funny.
Kenzie and I we were talking when
not
when
even
she was
Michael
standing
Myers.
outside the
it's Jason
window
Voorhees,
and they were looking
I said Jason
out
Voorhees.
at
Oh, I
her
thought you
through
said
the window,
Michael Myers.
and then
I
they
did.
turn away and they turn back and she's gone. Kenzie was like, "What if she when they turned back she was still running
Yeah,
away?"
no.
I'm thinking about
But
that.
the best shot of the entire movie was the one when she was in the kitchen. Then
Oh,
he just
yeah.
like comes.
That was
that's
so
my
good.
I like
favorite.
how
I
I
went back like twice to
Yeah,
rewatch
you were.
it. It's
I
so
I think
good.
before that point, you weren't really watching the movie with me.
I wasn't
You-
even in the room.
Yeah,
with
you were doing something else. But after that scene happened, you were like, "Hold on, wait, I need to go back and watch that scene again." And we had to like pause the movie. I had to write down where we left off so she could go back and rewatch it.
I like how before you like the strangers like make it apparent that they're there. it's mostly like close-ups and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And then after you realize that, oh no, there's like people
they're
like in the
there.
house.
Yeah.
It starts being more wide shots,
Yeah,
and
I
like
think-
it kind of makes you think like there's gonna be something behind them.
I do like that because there are, like, when Mike went into the house, for example, you could see doll face pop up, like, a little bit. Like, if you look closely, you can see them, like, in the wide shots at times. And I do like that because it's, like, they're everywhere.
Yeah, I think the movie looks good to me.
Yeah.
My issue
It's
is
a little
mainly that
dark.
it's
You can't really see anything. Yeah,
really
no, at one point,
cliche.
Yeah,
The-
at one point,
yeah.
no, my dad, like, the girl, like, Kristen, was, like, in the barn, and it was, like, really dark, and my dad was like, this is a dark movie, and I was like, yeah, I can't see anything.
Yeah, no, I was thinking that, like, the dark scenes are very dark in both
I don't
ways.
think he wasn't,
Yeah.
he wasn't
Both
saying,
ways.
like,
To the
lighting
point you
dark.
can't
He was
see
saying, this
them.
is, like, a dark in the person,
Yeah, and you're
and I was
making
like,
a joke.
yeah.
But I understand.
Yeah, it was very
like,
funny.
they're-
Please
the whole
laugh.
point is like they're under, like they're in a dark area.
Yeah.
So it's obviously gonna, like, realistically, it's gonna be dark. But like, you still want your audience to be able to see. Like when that happened, I had to turn up the brightness on my computer.
You know, after
mine was up all the way and I couldn't see it.
No, after I made my killer joke, get it, killer.
Yeah.
My dad was like, "Well, you can still see the girl," and I was like, "Yeah, the outline of her. I can't see anything."
You know, when
else.
she knocked on the door, I know this was intentional, but when she knocked on the door, literally, my entire screen was black except like a sliver of her face on the side. Like, I think it's just a problem with my computer when I watched that, but it was so, like, I couldn't see anything. But then, in the very beginning, the traffic lights give off so much
know.
light that their entire face is red
I
and
know.
green.
I was
Real
like, that's
traffic lights do
not-
not do
yeah,
that.
they're not
Why
like
are they
that.
so bright? That is not how that works.
in movies a lot. Also, I know a very cool fact.
What?
Are you gonna say it?
I know
No.
a very cool fact.
I
Oh,
know a
what is
cool
it?
fact.
No.
Okay, so you know how they say, is tomorrow home?
Yeah.
That's how they find out if they're home or not, and then they kill them.
Yeah.
I found that out like halfway
Wait,
through.
what?
You know how, okay, so you know how the girl knocked on the door twice and said, is tomorrow home?
Yeah.
That's how they find out if the people are home, because if we remember the ending, the girl, Christian says, why are you doing this? And one of them responds, because you are home. They only,
what does that even mean?
They only kill people if they're home. Like, it doesn't matter.
Well, yeah, because if they're not home, then there's no one to kill.
Exactly. Yeah, that's
Like,
the whole point.
So
The whole
everybody-
point of the movie
everybody
is that
listening,
they're doing it
don't stay
for
home.
No reason.
Yeah.
Like,
Don't
the
stay
whole
home.
point
If
was
you were
that-
afraid of
Run
getting
away.
The director was like, I read a whole article about it when I was trying to find out where I could watch it before Kenzie got home. But it was like there was 3 main inspirations. There was like 2 like real like
yeah, Charles
like,
Manson,
yeah,
stuff like that. And then it was just like
the
a
direct like, the
regu-
guy's
just, like,
own
burglary.
experience of like someone knocked on the door asking for someone that wasn't there to see if there's anyone home because I was going to rob houses on that street.
Nothing bad
And so that
happens in
scared the
hotels.
guy, and so he used that to like inspire because it's
Yeah.
like it's like random like real life kind of.
I do like how James like says something like when they're like Christian's like why are they doing this, and James is like, it doesn't matter, don't worry about that. That's like kind of like the
Yeah.
whole movie, like you're like
it doesn't matter because
they
there
don't.
is no reason.
There's like no
They're
way.
doing it for
And
no
like
reason.
even later she's still like focused on the why, but it does there is no why. It
Dude, if
doesn't
I'm
really
being
matter.
hunted down, I don't care why they're hunting me down.
Dude, yeah, I feel like that's the
I
least
actually,
of
I
your
found
Yeah,
it
no,
funny
it's-
when the girl said, because you were home, and the guy in the back
Yeah,
looked at
and he was
for
like, what did you just
for some odd, and then I paused it, and I was joking around with Mike, and I was like, he probably thought they owed him money or something. He was
Yeah,
like,
we were
wait a
like,
minute.
no, I was like, why would you tell them that? You know,
Wow, you say?
why would you tell them that?
I also do like, because I also watched the new one, which is even worse than this one,
I've
and no
not
offense, I don't know how
I haven't
that's...
seen any of the other
Oh, I
Stranger
don't... Oh,
Things.
I thought you liked this one.
I do, but it's still a bad movie. But so the new one that just came out, The Strangers Chapter 1, it's also very bad. Why am I not in on the secrets that are happening?
Wait, did we say something?
Anyway, back to what I was saying. Yeah, so Chapter 1 was bad, but I miss in because they, for some odd reason, the killers in the new one have like beanies on and stuff, which I'm not personally a fan of, because I like that you can see that. Seeing the hair feels more realistic, because in the new one they just have like beanies and it doesn't feel like realistic enough. And also, I don't like that. I love in this one that they take off their mask so they can see their faces at the end.
No, you
Because
don't.
well,
We don't see their faces.
No,
Yeah,
well,
they never show.
I mean, the
Oh.
people
Characters
can.
do. But
Yeah,
You can
I
actually-
I watched a kill count on this, and
You can see glimpses. Like I remember,
and they're
like-
like,
like in
that's
the
like
car-
that's
in
like
the
the
car-
final
the
moment where
car-
you realize there really is no hope, because the strangers
exactly.
are like, they don't care that
That's
they see
what
their
I like
faces.
about
They're
it,
gonna
because
die.
Yeah,
they're no-
and then like at the very end when she was crawling to grab Mike's phone, he just walked over, grabbed the phone, and left her to like bleed out. Like that
that's
was it,
what
'cause, like, they were
I
done.
loved that, because it just shows how like kind of twisted and evil like they're not there to kill them, they're there to just torture them.
I mean, they were there.
I was
they
gonna
were there
say
to
they
kill
they,
them.
they
did.
definitely
They definitely-
Yeah,
their
they
goal
definitely
was
killed
to kill them.
But they like tortured them, like it wasn't just.
Very good. That is what they
That's
did.
what I did like it. It wasn't like a fast slasher film. It was like more intense, and the scenes were more like.
I guess so.
dragged out.
I do love
there
crazy
was one
slashes.
scene that I wanted to mention, like when she was changing the like taking out the smoke alarm, and she put it down, like she left it on the floor, and there were multiple shots of it just on the floor, and I was
Yeah.
like, what? What's
I
the
was like,
significance
that's
of it?
gonna
Like, this
that's
is
gonna
weird.
come back in
And then-
some way. I was
and
like,
then
they
I
wouldn't
was
do that
kinda,
if there wasn't
I was
a reason.
kind of disappointed that it didn't like help the people in any like.
No,
help
it was
Kristen
just to
and
show that they were in
they're-
fact
they were
there.
in that house, like that, like we already knew they were in the house.
Well,
You
no,
didn't need
it's
to do that.
it's to like reveal to her that they were in the house.
Yeah,
Also,
but
I just
still.
also remembered something. You know, like when the guy slams her into the wall and drags her away, and then it's morning. How come she was back in her dress?
They put her in
changed
her
her.
dress.
They changed her.
Yeah, they put her.
changed her.
For what?
I feel like you
Because
could
they
have
wanted
guessed
to.
that.
I did not.
You could.
I-
It's not a very
Kenzie,
hard thing
you
to
literally
guess.
asked that while
I
we
still
were
don't
watching
get
it.
it. I
You
still
walked-
don't.
Kenzie, you.
It's
Dude,
not a very
Kenzie
hard thing to
literally
guess.
Went,
They
wait,
put her.
how did she change outfits? And I literally went,
They
Kenzie,
woke her up and
changed
told-
her. They
they-
changed her, Kenzie.
they
and
woke
she was
up-
like, huh? And that was it. And she completely
No,
ignored
they
it.
they woke her up and
I
was
did.
like, "You can change your outfit. We'll let you." But and she was like, "Okay, thanks."
Thank you. I need to look good.
But then,
before I
but
die.
then you gotta
Also,
come back and tie
yeah,
yourself to the chair.
I was. I had a question about like why like when she was talking to one of the girls in the thing, one of the girls was like picking up the wedding ring case and like looking at it. Like why?
I don't know.
Like I understand.
weird.
Like I
It's a toy
didn't
with her.
get that. I know, but like she was already wearing the ring, wasn't she? Or did she leave it?
I think she probably might have taken it off.
Yeah, I thought she had
Also-
been wearing it.
I'm pretty sure she
Also,
put it back
in
the
the
box,
in the scene where they're like torturing them and about to kill them,
Yeah.
she's like wearing the ring, but I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it was on the wrong hand.
I think it was.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
You're
it was
supposed
on
to
the
put it
right
on
hand.
your left hand.
Yeah, but it was on her right hand, and I noticed that.
Imagine
And I
the
was,
killers are
no,
just
the
stupid.
killers put her on, and right
Just
before they
stupid.
kill him, they're like, "Oh, wait a minute,
Wrong
that's
hand,
better."
guys,
They
wrong
like switch
hand.
it. That's better.
I think it'd be really funny.
maybe
if
it
they
was
just,
like
they
to
paused
taunt
their
her,
thing.
like, oh, you rejected this guy.
Oh, you can't get
rejected
married
it,
because
you're
we're gonna
stupid.
kill you. Oh, you can't get married
stupid.
now.
Should have gotten married. And that's why you get married.
That's why you.
Yeah. So you
And that's
don't
why
get
you don't
murdered
go
by a bunch
home
of
at night.
psychopaths.
Yeah.
Yeah. Stay at a
In
hotel
marriage,
and get married.
Yeah, marriage.
stay
Yeah,
at a
nothing
hotel.
bad happens in a hotel.
Yeah.
Shining reference.
Also, can I say,
Oh, we
like,
should do this.
at one point, James was talking about how he had never gone hunting with his dad, but then he shot Mike directly in the face.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Headshot.
I feel like that takes a little more than like, hey, I don't even know how to shoot this thing. Oops, headshot.
Yeah, I feel like that, like that's like.
Like he had to get the perfect spin. Like the way they did, I remember
Yeah.
Michael like jumped. Actually, it was quite funny.
Wait, which one?
When they shot him, you got so scared because
I
you
was
were
like,
because you.
I was like, no, it's a Michael. Not another one. They're all gone. They're going extinct. No, I'm kidding. They're an endangered species.
Endangered species. Oh,
Guys,
God.
save all the Michaels.
Also,
Save the Michaels. Save
Save
the
the
Michaels.
We gotta get that printed on a T-shirt.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna get that printed.
Also, another thing that made me very mad was when they kept splitting up. And then
It's so dumb.
Also, when she says
together.
go in the house, she sits on the porch and just starts crying. And
Like,
it's-
girl, you're not safe out there.
And then she breaks her ankle, and it was
Dude, I don't know how she did that. Like,
I was
saw
looking
her. I
away
was
when she did that, so I just looked back and she was just like
ground, yeah.
like article, and I was like,
no, I was
oh.
watching the entire time. She tripped and fell, and then she screamed out in pain, and I was like, what did you trip on? You didn't even show what she tripped on.
Dude, she's
There was a
just so
time when she-
clumsy.
At the start, when before what's his face is there, James, she runs to the room and then she yells like, "Go away" or something. I'm like,
Why would you give
they're
away
not
your
gonna,
location?
Oh, sorry, man. Oh, you don't want me to kill you? Okay, I'll come
I
back
didn't know,
later.
I didn't
sorry.
know it was like that. I
Dude,
didn't know
and
it
then
was like
she
that.
starts talking to the girl with
I
the
thought you
knife
wanted
pointed
to
at
die.
her,
Yeah.
and she's like, my boyfriend's going to kill you. And
My
then she
boy-
grabs a butter knife.
My
You
dad
can't
could beat
scream.
up your dad.
They'll know where you are if you yell.
I
That's
don't
common
think-
sense.
I don't think it was a butter knife, but it
scene
was a
where-
pretty short
where,
knife.
It
where
was a
James
pretty
was
short
like
knife.
had
I don't know
gotten
if it was a
caught by
butter
the
knife.
other guys, and they were like dragging him on the floor, and he was like, run, and so
then
she
she runs
ran,
into the
and then she
room.
runs into the room, and she's pounding on the window, and she yells, "Let me out! Like you're giving away your location. Are you stupid?"
Hey,
and then
how about you like grab the lamp or
Yeah.
something?
No, the girl
Dude,
or
she had a
anything
knife in
other
her
than-
hand, and she didn't even bother trying to break the window with it. Like I know it wouldn't have done
And then
anything, but like that's still trying. you know?
She's like,
She
oh
just
wait,
like,
they're not
And then-
here,
and then-
goes out in the hall. Like, I would not
And then-
go out in that
yeah,
hallway.
but she's pounding on the window, yells, "Let me out!" at the top of her lungs, and I know she's upset, but like, come on, girl,
I'd
use
like
your
try to
head.
flush
And-
myself
and
down
then-
the
Do the
toilet.
windows
and then-
not open?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, the
and
window
then
would
and
not
then
open. I think they're
and then James yells, and she yells. Then she yells back, "Jamie!" Like first off, like again, you're yelling,
did she
giving
even
away
try
your
to
location.
unlock
Like
it?
she's really stupid throughout this whole entire movie.
Both
And
of
I
them
just-
are.
She didn't even try to unlock the
I
window.
think I don't know. I feel like all the
Michael,
characters were really.
question: did she try to unlock the window at all, or
No,
did she just
she
bang?
didn't. She just started pounding on the
Maybe
window.
it
like, "Let me
didn't
out!"
open, but like
This
You
is
could try.
This is now a Christian hate podcast because she's
Yeah.
stupid.
Yeah,
What?
we don't really like Chris.
Which
What'd you
we don't
say?
review movies anymore. We just
What-
talk about
What
how
did you say? I didn't hear.
Christian hate podcast
Yeah.
because we hate her.
Sure.
Huh?
Well, my mom's name is Kristen, so get at it.
Dang it! No. Oh, I messed up.
What?
Never mind.
What?
Dude,
I'll
all
tell
of
you
my
later.
all of the notes I wrote for this movie was because
Kill.
Michael doesn't do very well with scary movies.
Yeah, he was very.
Yeah.
I could
So
tell.
so I was very stressed throughout the entire movie, but so I wrote things like
Screen
no,
injures.
what is no? I'm looking at my notes, Theo. I wrote
What's Una doing?
I wrote something at one point like where was it? Not her just appearing. Stop. And but I never specify who I'm talking about in the notes. It's literally just like stop. What is he doing? Or like how did he get there? You know, like it's very like unspecific about what I'm talking about, and I have no clue what any of these notes mean. Also, this was like I had watched not watched. I had just taken melatonin to go to bed as well. So I was like half asleep throughout the entire movie. So all of my while autocorrect fixed most of the things that I wrote, there's still something like there was one.
It's like the Nika
It was
family.
like I was gonna say
Oh my
yeah,
God.
yeah.
Make life in the oven.
Not her aspiring. Stop. Not her. Wait, a pessering. What does a pessering mean? I tried to write appearing.
Oh,
dude, when I pessering out of nowhere.
I think the characters
I'm
just could have
literally
been.
pestering right now.
Me too.
Dude, they just could have been a lot more smarter with this. Like when the guy was chopping down the door, James picked up a chair and just threw it at the door.
Yeah, that was funny.
Oh no, they're breaking in. Oh no.
I don't know. I think my main issue with this movie is that I feel like it's just kind of there. I feel like there's not much that's like super special about it.
Yeah, I feel like
because costume design is like cool, but it's not like super insane or like even that memorable. It's like a bag over the head and a doll's mask.
I
Like,
thought the bag over the head was funny.
It's cool, but I feel like it doesn't. Like
I
I've
feel
seen
like-
it before and other
Exactly.
stuff. All like so
Friday
much
the
of the cool
13th.
stuff it's just a very basic like concept, I guess.
That's another issue.
Yeah, I feel
know.
like the concept had like a good idea going, and if they had worked on it a little longer and like had like done some more like interesting and like
it just feels like
Yeah,
very
other than
unoriginal
like
things.
other than like how like other than the Strangers, it's pretty straightforward.
I read the
like I've seen all of it.
I
and
read
other stuff.
something about it.
I
and
really liked
this
the idea
movie-
of the fact that the killers aren't doing this for a reason. Like that's a nice. I like that concept. I think.
It's like
What?
in Scream when they're like oh she wants a motive.
Never mind.
I've
seen
read
that.
something.
It's like in a
idea.
as I just said. I'll repeat it again because no one was listening.
I've read something.
It's in
and I found
Scream at the end of Scream when they're like, oh, she wants a motive. Well, it's scary when there's not a motive.
Love Stew.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
But this isn't a Scream podcast.
We did
Yeah,
that
I know,
already.
Yeah, we already did that.
I know, but
That's where I'm
I'm
saying I heard
connecting
it
the
from
two
before.
movies.
I
Why do you
was-
have a problem with me talking about Scream so much? You're like, this isn't. We're not doing Scream.
It's
Theo.
because it wasn't on
Yeah,
Scream.
Theo, stop.
Everyone knows when you're talking about one movie, you're not allowed to talk about any other movie.
Every other movie is.
Thought we went
bananas.
over this, Theo.
Yeah, come on.
Sorry,
buddy.
guys.
Yeah. Yeah.
You gotta take that mask off.
But that is.
I was gonna say
I
put it
feel
on.
like that's the issue.
Hide that
with,
face.
Hide that face.
Yeah, there you go.
Like,
A girl like a
never
mustache
mind.
on the guy
Theo's
from
mask
Cloudy with a
helps me
Chance of
bring up
Meatballs.
this point, but I feel like other slasher films, they have something to it that makes it recognizable, like Freddy Krueger's sweater, his hands, his claws,
Yeah, I was gonna say the claws,
Jason Voorhees' mask, Michael Myers' costume. Michael? And literally, I'm not even
Could've
kidding.
brought a Michael Myers mask.
First off, to get a sack over the head, you just go get some potatoes and then cut it up, and then those doll masks just look like they just went to Spirit Halloween like prior to killing them and just.
Halloween trip. Dude, we should do
trip.
that. Dude, that's
Also,
gonna be a great idea. We go to
they
a
were
store,
so
buy some
unprepared
stuff
to
in
the
store,
point the
and then
guy
we
had
face
with
on
the axe used their own axe.
I'm so smart.
Like they literally just. I'm not even kidding. I feel like they just go door to door to find out if someone's
I've
home
seen
and then
3
break into
movies
their
with
sheds.
a sackhead
Yeah.
killer now.
Yeah.
Fear Street,
Oh,
Friday the
Fear
13th Part
Street.
2, and this movie.
No,
Anyway.
it's just they're unprepared.
So we should wrap this up.
Oh, yeah. We should
What
probably
are your final ratings of the
Final
movie?
ratings. I'm gonna start for this one actually.
Oh,
I'll
yeah.
probably give it like I'd say like a 3 out of 5. It wasn't. I didn't hate the movie. I don't think it's not my favorite whatsoever. It was a pretty like it got me. You know, it did its job for me personally because I'm a little wimp. But so I was stressed throughout the whole thing. Some of the jump scares were kind of good. That scared me.
What did he do?
He tapped me on the shoulder.
No, I
Oh, just like the girl in the car
that.
who went. Ooh.
Oh yeah. But yeah, so for me it did its job, but it's not like the greatest mind-blowing thing ever. So a 3 out of 5 for me. Theo, you're next.
2.5 out of 5. Very middle of the road.
Yeah.
Didn't really do anything to surprise me. So.
Yeah.
Kenzie?
You could. That's the issue. I feel like I could predict anything. I kept making jokes, so I thought it was like very funny. You can ask Michael about them.
Oh, yeah.
Getting tortured.
Yeah. That's why I wanted to originally
Idiots.
watch the movie with you because I knew I was gonna get scared and not be able to sleep.
Every
at
time
night.
there was a
So
jump
if I made
scare, I'd
jokes with
start
people,
like
it's like,
laughing
joined
because
the
of
call,
the
so
reaction.
Yeah, I couldn't go to sleep yet. I had to join the call and hang out with someone real
Yes.
quick.
All right.
Yeah.
Una.
Yeah, I was gonna say 2.5 too. It was
I'm gonna
not
give it
the best.
3.5, a little more,
Oh, yeah.
just because of the jokes I made, because they were funny at the
I thought you said
time.
you liked it.
The only good part about
I
this
did.
movie was me.
The only good part was when I watched it because I'm awesome.
All right, fine, 4.5, 4.
Jeez,
Four.
Wait, what?
4. 4.5.
Wait, guys, I'm a
Five out
bit
of
better
five.
now that I've thought about it.
Five
Now
out
that
of
I've thought
five.
about it,
Perfect
I
movie,
made
no
this
notes.
movie the best.
5.5 out of 5.
Watching
I
this
am
with
the
me
best
is the
movie.
real experience.
Anyway.
Watching it with me
All right,
was the
and then,
delight.
I'm the real movie.
Okay, guys.
All right.
we should
The real
pick-
movie
we
was
should
the
pick
friends
our
we made
next
along the
movie.
way.
Yep.
Maybe the movies.
Movie.
Movie. Whoa.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're doing
Back to the Future.
Yeah, I love that movie.
Wow. You got on.
Okay.
No more clapping.
Oh, the poor people on the street.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. You must think there's like an earthquake going on. Whoa, what's that noise?
We're gonna go now because we want to enjoy Arts Fest.
That was my
And you
Hang out
enjoy
at Art
it too.
Fest.
You enjoy it
Go
too.
to Art Fest, everybody.
Yay!
Yeah.
Love Arts Fest.
There's still a couple hours.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
an hour.
Something like that.
An hour.
Yeah.
So
Oh, I thought it was 6.
go enjoy Art Fest. Have a great day.
See everybody
See
at
you
Art
later.
Fest.
Yeah.
Stop by, say
We'll
hi.
be out there in a minute.
Yo, we're gonna be loose.
No, they're setting us free. I don't know when it stops going. Okay.
and welcome back to the Beverly Arts Fest. I'm Liz DeFiore. I'm the Community Engagement Manager at BevCam. And if you've been watching throughout the day, we've had vendors come in for interviews, we've had kids from the Cabot, we've had Montserrat students, we've had children's book illustrators and authors, podcasting all day. So we've been streaming since 10 a.m. and we're getting down to the end of the day. Thank you so much for sticking with us, or if you're watching the recording, thank you for watching from the future. Today, we've got another wonderful vendor here from the Beverly Arts Festival. Heidi, would you like to introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Heidi Bissell. I'm a Beverly resident, and I have been doing the Arts Fest for many years, and it is just one of the best festivals around. And it is, today has been one of the best festivals that I've ever attended. It is, the weather is great. Whole of Beverly and surrounding communities must be here because it is packed.
There's so many people, lots of dogs, which are always my favorite kinds of people. And yeah, so you've brought a couple bits of your art here, and I've been a big fan because I've been living in Beverly since 2020, and obviously there were a couple of years there where the Arts Fest wasn't happening, but when I got to go to my first Arts Fest, your art really stood out to me. So do you want to talk a little bit about what kind of art you make?
So sure. So I started out, I don't know how many years ago, 30 years ago, and I've always been creative.
Yeah.
I've always been a maker. And I used to make for my 29 nieces and nephews.
29?
Yes, at the time. There's more now. But I used to make them up, sea things like towels with their names and all beach-themed things. And then people said to me, Heidi, you should start selling that. And I went, okay, I'll give it a try. So it's evolved over the past so many years. And now I'm been going with mostly sea glass and seashells, and but then again, it's evolved to beach resin.
Yeah.
And
this is a fairly new sort of trend within like the maker's space. How did you get into starting to do resin?
Well, I saw it online, and the charcuterie boards really caught my eye. So I do a lot of different charcuterie boards, and then I just said, I wonder if we could get this on a glass. So I experimented, and things didn't work out, but I kept at it, and this is what came about, and I am so thrilled. And they're one of my best sellers, and I wholesale them a lot, and the Beauport Hotel carries my line, as well as the candles. They have them in their dining room. And
so you went from not being sure if you should sell your work to having some pretty major supply deals. What has this journey been like for you as an entrepreneur, as a creative professional who, what has that been like?
It's really been exciting. It's very humbling to have people love your things, and I'll tell you, it just is very humbling. And so I'm retired now from the Beverly school system for about 5 years. So I did it part-time for many years. But now that I'm retired, I've gone full-time and really spread out, and that's how the wholesaling and things like that. So I wholesale to North Carolina, Maine, New Hampshire, all kinds of different places. So, and then I play with my grandkids in between. So,
do you still make them gifts?
I do. I do make them.
And those
gifts,
are keepsakes. Those are really special.
Yeah.
That you handmade gifts like that for them.
It is unique, and you're not going to find these on Amazon or anything like that, which makes it that much more heartfelt. To the recipient. So. I love what I do. I've lived in Beverly since I was 6, right at the beach.
I was going to ask, where does the beach inspiration, the passion there come from?
Yep, I grew up on Ocean Street, and I was at Dane Street Beach and Independence Park almost my whole life, and Lynch Park, and so that's where it came from.
Oh, very cool. So what has your day been like today?
Well, like I said, this fair is amazing today. I can't even tell you how amazing. I mean, the weather's cooperating. It's not too hot. It's not, people aren't at the beach and coming later. Everybody is here today.
Yeah.
And I truly have almost sold out my whole entire.
That's really impressive.
Yes. And my granddaughter and daughter are manning my tent right now. But I have some fairs later in the summer, so
yeah, I was going to ask
I'm going to be
do other
really
shows.
busy. Yes. I'll be at the Manchester, Essex by the Sea, and then I do the Beverly High School one in the fall, and
how do you prepare for shows like this? Clearly these are all handmade, so what's the amount of time, or where do you work? It feels like it's something that would take up a lot of space to make these things. What does your process sort of look like when you're getting ready for a show you're going to be selling large quantities of stuff?
So right now, all my resin is done in my basement because it does take up a lot of time.
Do you have a big basement?
I do have a big basement.
I can only imagine.
And
is it a finished basement, or is it
I'm on the other side, so we've cleared it all. Everything is set up around, and then I have all my equipment in the middle because it takes these a good day. So I'll get these going in the morning, say, and then I'll go do my sea glass and other pictures because I can't touch anything for a good 24 hours.
Gotcha.
And any of my resin pieces, they have to sit. So you kind of have to know when to get things going, and then I go upstairs.
Online as well?
I do. I have a Shopify account, and I'm on Facebook and Instagram. And but word of mouth has really been big for me, and I have a lot of repeat customers. And when they come to visit, it's just so exciting. It says, "I have your pieces," or "I have that," and I've been teaching a sea glass class in Gloucester.
Really?
And they called me from the Sawyer Free Library and asked me if I would teach. So I've taught a couple of classes. The last one I taught, somebody said, "I have that." And then somebody else went, "Well, I have that piece, and I have that piece too." And it was like, oh my goodness, it's kind of surreal, actually.
That's really cool.
It really is. So.
Yeah, are there parts of it that you couldn't imagine yourself doing, or are there parts of it where you're like, no, I thought I could do this, but I didn't know how?
Well, I didn't think that I would be able to go to someplace and bring a piece and say, "Would you like to carry this in your store?"
That takes a lot of guts.
And, sometimes they would say, "Well, we'll think about it." Other times it's like, "Yes, we would like to do that," And yes, there are some no's in there too, just like, things don't always work out the way you want them to.
That takes a lot of courage to do that.
So that's where it was like,
putting yourself out there in that way.
Putting myself out there.
Yeah.
And that was hard for me because I'm pretty quiet, or I think I'm pretty quiet, but then, I don't know, you just do it.
Yeah.
I just find myself, and it's easier. The more you do it, the easier it gets. So, and I just love it all.
That's a really good, that's just kind of a really good piece of advice for anybody who might be thinking about,
right,
I don't know,
just
making their passion
because,
into something bigger.
And when I do my Facebook Lives, it's like talking, and they say, just do it. Doesn't matter. Just be you. You can mumble through it, or you don't have to be perfect because everybody's not perfect. It's you. So.
Thank you so much for sharing this with us.
Thank you so much for having me.
Do you want to tell people once again who you are?
So I'm Heidi Bissell. I live here in Beverly. My name is Designs by Heidi B / Coastal Creations. And you can find me on Facebook, Instagram, Pinterest, Shopify, and you can actually call me and come to my house and get
You
some
can
pieces.
see her basement.
Well, I'm not quite sure I'm ready to show you my basement, but I do have a little showroom that people call me and say, "Miss Heidi, I need a gift. Can I come over?" It's like, absolutely. So.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much
for
having me.
We've had art arts vendors coming in just all day, and it's been really a treat to speak with these creative professionals, and just hearing all of the different stories about how they've gone from starting a passion into making it a reality has really been a treat. I hope if you missed the morning session of Walt Kosmowski was interviewing the artists earlier today, then please go back to the recording and see that. I think we've got another guest coming up. I believe is quite a special guest. And and she's in bright sunshine yellow. Hello.
Hi.
I'm Liz.
I'm Allie.
Nice to meet you, Allie. And who did you bring with you today? Who is this?
I crochet for the thing, and I made a giant potato for the craft fair.
He is the most adorable potato ever. Thank you for bringing him in to show.
Yeah.
So you want to tell us a little bit about your company?
So I started my business about less than a year ago, and this would be my second craft fair that I've done.
And how's it going so far?
Really good. I'm almost sold out.
Really?
Yeah.
How did you prepare for your craft show? Like, did you make a lot of the same thing?
Just
or?
a lot of stuff. Just like a lot of different stuff.
And you're almost sold out. That's incredible. Yeah. And just to be clear, your company's name is Hook, Line, and Ginger, which is adorable. Yeah. And how did you get into, like, this is huge. First off, I'm super impressed with just like the texture and the quality, and just like you guys can see, this is like a little potato. How did you get into crocheting?
At my camp, I learned from one of my leaders there, and then I really liked it, so I started making these.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Did you start off with like such big yarn, or like
no, kind of like smaller yarn, like this size?
And about how long does it take you to make a creature?
About like an hour-ish.
For one of this size, or like a little thing, or?
It depends on like what I'm making and if I took my ADHD meds or didn't.
I also have ADHD. Yeah. Hey.
Yeah.
I'm really impressed that you have the patience to crochet in this. Does it really does it help you focus, or?
Yeah.
Do you do other things while you're
I do
crocheting?
other things while I'm crocheting.
Like what?
Like watching TV or just like calling on my friends.
So it's just like something for your hands to do while you're doing other things.
Yeah.
That's really awesome. As a fellow ADHDer, I know the feeling well, where you're trying to focus and then to have that thing you can be doing.
Yeah.
What sort of things have you really enjoyed making?
I made like seals.
Like Schubert the seal?
Yeah.
Were you inspired by Schubert, or do you just like seals?
I was inspired by Schubert.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
What sort of things do you think have been the most your most popular
Definitely
item?
Schubert.
Definitely Schubert.
Yeah.
Are there patterns that you're really hoping to try out?
Making like turtles.
Oh. And I feel like that would be a complicated design. How are you envisioning that, like putting that together?
I would just find a pattern and just try to follow it as closely as I can.
Okay. And do you feel that like you have to practice something a lot, or has it been like? Tell me a little bit about like how you've been learning how to do better at this.
I was at my camp for 4 weeks, so I had like a lot of like kind of one-on-one time with my like leader, so I got like the basics pretty like fast. So then when I got home, we got like a kit to make like circles, so I could make stuff like this instead of just like squares.
You make it out of circles?
Yeah, like it starts in a circle and then just goes around.
Oh, okay. How do you keep track of like when you need to start bringing it down or bringing it
There's
back
like
in?
little stitch markers. The like hold like this is like the first stitch of whatever round.
Oh, cool. Okay. Are you thinking about expanding the kinds of stuff that you do, or how many festivals you do? Like, are you having
Probably.
fun with the festivals?
Yeah.
How did you, like, that's got to be a scary thing to, like, just start to put your work out there and see if people will like it.
Yeah. Well, we started like on like social media and people started liking it, so we did like a winter craft fair to start, then this one.
So you did winter first?
Yeah.
How long did it take you to make everything you needed for this festival?
I started after the winter festival, which was like in December, so about like 6 months
Oh,
of me
wow.
making it.
So when do you think your next festival is going to be?
I'm probably gonna like try to get into the high school, like Beverly High School one.
And that one's in
November. I think.
November. Okay. So your hands are going to be really busy between now and then.
Yeah.
That's really cool. Just like your diligence for that. What inspired you to try and turn this into a business? I know you said that people were liking it on social media.
Well, my friends, like when I was making stuff at school because I just was bored a lot of the time. My friends suggested I should start selling them, and so I did, and now I'm here.
What was your reaction when they first suggested that you should sell them?
I thought they were just joking.
Yeah?
Yeah. But then a lot of other people keep like suggesting I should sell them, so then I started selling them.
Where did you start first? I mean, you said that you went to a winter fair. Was that your first time ever selling them?
Yeah.
And how many like things did you bring? Were you working for 6 months before you did that one?
Like probably a little bit less, like 4-ish. But it was also a smaller one, like a lot smaller than this.
And you felt that people just bought up all your stuff. They really loved it.
They did.
How do you feel like having another? It sounds like this is another successful show for you.
Yeah. It is.
How does that feel?
Really good.
Does it make you want to do it again?
Yeah.
You think you're going to be able to make more things for next time, or are you looking at about the same?
Probably a little bit more.
Do the big things, are they more popular or the little ones?
Well, I had like very little small chickens that I was making into earrings and keychains. Which
you made earrings?
Yeah.
That's really small.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Which were really popular, I feel like.
How do you stuff really little ones?
Use like a very like small amount of like the stuffing. I forget what it's called, and you just put a very small amount of it in it.
Okay. What inspired you to make earrings out of crocheted little chickens?
My friend, she always wears like crazy earrings, and she asked if I could make her earrings. So I found like a small pattern, and I gave it to her, and made it and gave it to her, and she suggested I should start selling them as earrings.
Oh, so it all started with a gift.
Yeah.
That's really sweet.
Yeah.
Do you like to make things as gifts a lot?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Well, thank you so much. Is there anything else you'd like to share with us?
No.
All right. Why don't you introduce yourself one more time so people know who you are and where to find you?
I'm Allie, and I own the business of Hook, Line, and Ginger.
And where can people find your stuff other than at the fair?
Instagram. That's it, I think.
Okay. Thank you so much for joining us today. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
And that was Allie. She's her little potato is wonderful. I'm gonna have to stop by the booth before the end of the show. I think up next we've got Ed LaPlante, and I'm very excited to hear about what he's got going on. We've been talking to vendors all day, and we're continuing to do so right up until 4 o'clock. Welcome. Hi, I'm Liz.
Hello, Liz. Thank you for having me.
And am I saying your last name correctly, LaPlante?
Yeah, La Plante would be the traditional.
Just like the plants that I assume you make your products out of.
Well, we utilize a lot of essential oils and natural, natural plants, natural products. You know, Mother Nature is our original medicine cabinet. So
that's true. Do you want to say exactly what your company is and what you guys make?
Yeah, so our company is called One Earth Body Care, and we make natural, sustainable body care products. So, for example, things that we feel are going to move the needle or have the potential to move the needle in terms of what's available from a sustainability standpoint, or really going beyond sustainability to think about. Sustainability really means to do no more harm, right? But we all know that we're in this tricky place and time, and we feel like, we need to be looking beyond that and looking at how can we take steps to be regenerative and do more than just do no harm, but, begin the repair process. And so, so we're trying to make products that are going to perform really well, as well as anything else that you can get on the market, but do it without the harmful negative consequences of, for example, transportation costs and plastic packaging and things like that.
You really look right down into like the supply chain and everything,
Absolutely.
not just
Absolutely.
what ingredients are we using?
Yeah.
So I have an idea of what maybe inspired you to do this, but can you tell me a little bit about like the story behind how you decided that this is what you wanted to make and how you wanted to go about doing it? What inspired all of that? Where does this passion come from?
Yeah. Okay. So, in full disclosure, my wife and partner is an environmental scientist, and Annie Alter, and there's a lot of detail on our website about sort of those stories that sparked her initial interest. But when we got together and we organized One Earth Body Care in 2017, she's always been a maker and always been the kind of person that wakes up in the middle of the night worried that we're not doing enough to help the environment, to help protect the planet, to help folks, realize that there are other options. So for example, our shampoo bars, right? Most shampoos that we've been buying all of our lives are 80% water, and the 20% that's not water oftentimes has harmful chemicals, has parabens and silicones that build up on our hair, things that benefit the manufacturer, but we don't want in our bodies. We don't want polluting our planet and, scaling up in ways that are destroying the rainforest. So when we decided to make shampoo bars, we realized we could make a concentrated bar that would last as long as 24 liquid ounces, save tons of transportation costs, save tons of plastic, and give people an option that would perform really well for them. They don't have to pay more for it. They don't have to compromise, and they can invest in the products that they're using and the things that we're doing in our daily routine in a way that's going to be more regenerative and more sustainable.
That's wonderful. Is the Beverly Arts Fest, I assume, one of many festivals that you do throughout the year? What is your primary way of getting your product out there?
Good question. Yeah. So we do a lot of shows like the Beverly Arts Festival. We do for example, Annie is doing the Queechee Balloon Fest, a 3-day festival right now this weekend. So we have 2 kits, and we go in different directions on many weekends during the season. But we are also
talk about efficiency. Yeah, that's great.
but we're also, trying to grow our business on our website, oneearthbodycare.com. All of our products are available for purchase online, and we can ship to you wherever you're at. We have some nice, economically minded programs like our recurring subscription program, where you can choose your frequency and save 10% on your purchase order by making it a recurring purchase. And so anyway, 3 channels. Our primary channel is shows. We're growing our website, and then we're also looking for retail partners who would carry our store. So we don't have a retail store of our own.
Yes.
We have a commercial. Yeah. We
So
have
if
a
anyone's
commercial
interested, I'm really interested in what sort of challenges you faced in being able to make these products and considering the whole supply chain that ends up with these products. What sort of challenges did you face in developing all of that? And I'm really impressed with your ability to succeed in that sense. So would you like to speak a little to that?
So the question is, what sort of challenges have we had in sourcing our products, sustainably,
Yeah, and how
right?
did you overcome those?
Yeah, we've done a lot of research. We have partnered with other groups to help in the past. We utilize, we've been working for the last year or so with a marketing consultant who has really helped us, to put us in contact with a wider range of suppliers. But really it's been, the magic has been in the fact that, my partner, Ann, is a sort of a meticulous researcher and a meticulous, scientific formulator, and she's able to dig in and just really absorb and find a lot of information quickly and help find good sources for ingredients.
I know that takes a lot of work. That's a lot of hours.
Reading the science and the white pages and to the white papers to know, what are some of the better practices that can be utilized for, for formulating and sourcing.
Very cool. How has the show been for you so far?
Oh, it's been lovely. Yeah, we've had a great response. We found a lot of folks who have, they were aware of us, and they learned on our website that we were going to be here, and they came in part to see us, and we've met a lot of new folks too. So.
Oh, good. So you feel like word of mouth has been a really strong push for returning customers and.
Yeah, word of mouth, and then social media as well. A lot of folks read the directives and the communications coming out from groups like yours, as well as searching. We get a lot of traffic that comes to our website just from a direct search, and they wind up on our website, and then they'll come and look at our event tab and find out where we're going to be.
Okay. And what's one of your favorite products that you make?
Well, let's see. We have...
I saved the tough questions for the end.
Yeah, the tough ones. I talked about the shampoo and the conditioner bars. They are really popular, and I think, relative to the traditional liquid products, they really are... exponentially more beneficial both to our bodies and our extended bodies, our Mother Earth, in the kindness that they are able to produce. Right now, seasonally, our natural bug repellent is really popular. We have a natural bug repellent called Bite Me Not, that provides long-lasting 3+ hour protection from mosquitoes and black flies, and but doing it without using a DEET or any kind of a harmful chemical, packaged in a glass bottle so it's reusable and or recyclable.
Thank you so much. This has been really informative. Thank you so much for joining us today. Do you want to once again tell everyone who you are and your company, just to remind them?
Well, thank you again for providing this opportunity, Liz. It's been a
course.
pleasure to visit with you. I'm Ed LaPlante with One Earth Body Care. Come see us on Facebook or Instagram or at our website, oneearthbodycare.com.
Thank you so much. Have a great rest of your show.
Okay, you too.
So we've heard from young women who are just starting their very first ever entrepreneurial adventures with crochet, and we've seen sea glass and all natural body care, and we're going to have our final guest for the day. We're wrapping up the Arts Fest. I want to welcome in Daphne Van Teen, and look at you are all summer.
Oh, thanks.
You are just the epitome of summer.
Thank you.
I know we had kind of a rough jump between winter and spring, so this is just exactly the vibe that we need to end the day.
Thank you. Yes, I was not paid to be here, by the way, but
no, all of my compliments come free.
Good.
Why don't you introduce yourself, tell people who you are and what you do?
Yes. Where should I look? Left, right, center?
Sure thing. Why don't you look right there to talk to the audience?
Perfect. My name is Daphne Van Teen, owner of Daphne Ray Creative, and I am a painter. I use gouache paint to create original paintings. I also dabble with some colored pencil and marker too. So kind of a mixed media approach. I'm here today selling originals, prints, greeting cards. That's pretty much it. But yeah, I've been a lifelong artist, and I have been selling my work for about 2 years. And so far, today has been my best market I've ever done in 2 years.
So great to hear.
Am really high on life right now.
I'm so happy to hear that.
Yeah.
I know, being in the original art sphere of doing shows can be really tough because people oftentimes don't know who you are, or it's just like a brand new introduction almost every time.
Yeah.
How long have you been doing markets like this?
About 2 years.
Yeah?
So 2022, I have had other artistic side hustles in the past. So I have dabbled a bit, but I've been doing this seriously for 2 years. And I quit my corporate job in August to pursue this professionally.
Congratulations to you.
Thank you.
That's scary.
know,
I've done that. That's scary.
I
That
was
is quite the jump.
maybe I'm just in denial, but I mean, it wasn't actually scary at all for me.
Okay,
Cause
good.
I think because I just so
Well, it takes
badly
courage.
wanted this.
It
Yeah.
does.
Yeah.
And that's incredible.
Thank you.
Congratulations. That's incredible.
Thank you. Thank you.
So what are some of your biggest inspirations for the works that you do, especially some of the things that people will be seeing here today?
Yes. So my subject matter is pretty wide reaching. I haven't found or narrowed into one specific thing, which I think is okay because I think it's fine to have some variety in your work. But I say from the most mundane or magnificent things that I come across in life, whether that's being at a market or being at a farmer's market or being in a beautiful location. So you will see some landscapes in my work. Also some very kind of spot drawings. I don't even know what to call them, but just more studies in a way. My best-selling print is actually a colored pencil illustration of a carton of strawberries.
Oh,
So
wow.
that was just from a farmer's market in Maine that I went to and snapped a photo of it. On the landscape side of things, I have a Switzerland collection from a recent trip of mine. So kind of all over the map, but all vibrant.
Do you work mostly from photos, or do you do life drawing? You're in the place, you're in a market, and you're just yep, here we go.
Not not anything serious. I do when it's maybe a slower day at a market, sketching something, but most of it's from photos because I have a very distinct like setup that I need.
Yeah.
I need it like the right level.
What's that
and all
process look like?
So I just work out of my house currently. I'll take my photos out in the world, whether on my travels or just on everyday life, and I have an album in my phone of just all things that have inspired me, and I call that my like reference photo album. And then whenever I'm kind of feeling in the mood, I'll sit down in my home studio, which is also my fiance's closet, basically. And
we work with what we got.
We do. But I then just paint or illustrate things. So yeah, that's pretty much the process.
What does your week look like in terms of like the amount of hours that you spend throughout the week creating for markets like this?
Yeah, well, it's been a little harder this summer just because I have packed such a schedule. I have like maybe 15 or 17 markets this summer. So since I'm doing this full time now, I have so much more time to really like schedule out summer and fall. So I don't have as much time to create right now, but I do try to get in a few hours a week. During the winter though, that's like all I'm doing is painting.
Yeah, I was wondering so you spend most of the winter planning and then the summer is when you're spending most of the time selling?
Yeah, I mean, this is really the first time that I'm doing it, season that I'm really dedicating to it since I was working last summer. And so this winter it was more about like education. I took some online courses to kind of brushing up my skills and expand those skills. And then now it's just like execution, just living for like 1 week in advance, just trying to get through like the next weekend. A lot of preparation went into today, so I'm really happy about that. But yeah, I think come fall, things will settle and I'll have the opportunity to paint and start to take the stuff I was inspired by this summer and put it into my work.
What inspired you to take the jump to doing this full time?
Corporate burnout, and I was in sales, and honestly I was really like good at my job, but I was just that's a good question. I think it was just like kind of the unbearableness of like my situation that I was in, and I could see how not following my dream and not doing what I really wanted to do was affecting my mental health. So it was really, kind of accepting that it wasn't the right path anymore.
How long have you wanted to be a painter?
Well, I've always wanted to be an artist my entire life. But I never.
Correct answer. No,
yes, but yeah, I mean, I didn't like take it seriously. I didn't think that it was actually even possible. And now that I've like had such great feedback and I've met so many amazing people, even you all who are giving me this opportunity, it's like, okay, there is a path if you just like keep putting in the time. So yeah.
What gave you the indication that this could be a viable path for you?
Actually, I'll give a shout out to my friend Paige, who actually has a podcast, and she's an artist.
Oh, cool.
Paige Lindsay Design. Her podcast is called Paige's Pod, and it actually like changed my life entirely. Listening to a lot of female artists who went on the podcast talking about their stories and how they had left similar career paths, or they had left nursing or being a teacher, just really across the gamut. And left to pursue art. And so I was hearing all these stories of people who sounded so much like me and had such a similar experience. And I'm like, wait, all these people are saying exactly the things I've been telling myself. So if they can do it, I can probably do it too.
Yeah, I had a very similar experience. I was in marketing and quit my job in 2018 to be a full-time freelance illustrator and did that for 5 years.
Amazing.
So yeah, I would like, from my experience, your story is actually pretty common within the arts. But as I said, like a lot of people don't have the courage to take that jump. I'm really glad that it's like working out so well. You're putting in the hard work to make it work out for you.
Yeah, definitely.
Because it definitely like takes that consistent effort in order to be successwhen with it.
Yeah, you got to put in the time. Like everything, I've noticed like everything that I've done so far, like, when I first got into this, I thought like, I'm only going to make it if I go viral on social media, or I'm just going to have to get lucky. And like most recently I found out that's like not true at all. Like the stuff that we actually do and the things that we as humans put in, like we get out way more than we get out from.
You make those opportunities
exactly.
for yourself.
So can't rely on really anyone but ourselves. And I've like definitely been realizing that this summer, and I'm proud of that.
So what has been one of your like best memories from the past year on this journey?
Ooh. Probably like the first couple weeks after I quit my job, it was just like this really weird feeling of like, what's next? Which did kind of come with a little bit of imposter syndrome and a little bit of fear. But
it's an occupational hazard.
Yeah, right? Yeah. Get it out of the way. But I do remember just like going out to, since I had so much time on my hands, I was like, I need to just like get out and do things that I haven't been able to do because I've just been locked up all day on Zoom calls. I need to enjoy the summer, so I just would take myself on like little field trips, I would call it, and I would take myself out to farms or like go to pick flowers or something, and I got so much inspiration from that. And that's what's partially got me painting drying the strawberries, and now that's my bestseller. So it's like just being able to take the time to go out and do little fun things just for yourself. And in those first few weeks, that's all I could think of doing. So.
And I have seen your booth.
Yeah.
And I do feel like the joy comes out in the work. And that's like definitely, so you say that you've got like a lot of varied things that you draw and do and paint, but it feels like that is one of the through lines, which is like things that bring you joy, and then that translates through it.
Yeah, exactly. And one of my friends, also shout out to Laurel Greenfield, she has taught me, she's a painter herself, and she's really talked about like you have to really tell your story through your art. And that's why like everything I create like has a story behind it. It's not just like a pretty picture I took, it's something that I really enjoyed and like it's seared into my memory. So yeah.
Do you have any advice for people who are thinking about following their passion but maybe are scared to take that leap?
Yes. My advice is that like everything is temporary. Even if you only do that side hustle or you take that leap for a temporary amount of time, it's just that. It's just a short amount of time. You know, there may be a time in my life when I don't want to do what I'm doing now, and that's like totally fine. I think about like my parents and people who are much older than me. They've lived so many years, and I'm sure they might look back when they're 30 and be like, oh yeah, there was those 6 months that I was not doing well and whatever, it's over. But when you're living it, it can feel so long and scary. So yeah, everything's temporary, and you'll get through it.
This too shall pass.
Exactly.
That's really inspiring.
Thank you.
That's really inspiring. So where, other than at markets, can people find your work?
So you can find my work at DaphneRaeCreative.com. That's DaphneRae. That's my middle name. And then the word creative. My Instagram handle is that as well. And I think that's pretty much it.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for being here.
Yeah, thank you.
Really appreciate you coming out. I know it's tough to leave your booth behind
Yeah.
for a few minutes, but whatever you've got left at the booth, sell it.
Yep, we're going to do that.
If you guys are at the store, or if you guys are listening to us out on the street right now, go to Daphne's booth and buy the rest of her stuff.
Yes, it's going quick.
Yeah, thank you so much. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, everyone.
That is going to wrap up BevCam's all-day podcasting coverage of the Beverly Arts Fest. Thank you so much for staying with us. If you've been watching this entire stream, you get like some sort of VIP badge or something, like going from 10 to 4. But if not, we're going to have all of these recordings on our YouTube page. Go to BevCam on YouTube. You can also watch us on Channel 8 and HD Channel 1073. Yeah, thank you everyone for all of your support in making this downtown space a reality. We are here at 261 Cabot Street, BevCam's new downtown location, our satellite location. We're still at the high school. Don't worry. We're still there. And have a great rest of your day.
Bye.